On the 8th of May, 1954, the long-suffering French nation awoke to a shocking moment of national tragedy. That day, news arrived of yet another crushing military defeat. This time, in a far-flung corner of the globe, a piece of the old empire that Paris was desperately trying to preserve. All of the French forces holding a small airbase in northern Indochina had been utterly annihilated. Some 14,000 men in all, a force which included some of the most elite units of the French army, such as the Foreign Legion and parachute battalions, had been surrounded and utterly destroyed. Trying to hold the valley floor and its all-important airstrip, the French force soon found itself surrounded by an enemy which outnumbered it by 4 to 1, a foe which had not only dominated the surrounding high ground, but had emplaced hundreds of artillery pieces across this dominating terrain. As opposed to the decisive victory they sought, within days of the battle's commencement, the French found themselves in a fight for their very survival. By the 7th of May, just 7 weeks after the initiation of the operation, all of their major positions had been overrun. In all, 4,022 men were either killed or missing, 6,650 had been wounded, and virtually the entire force, 11,721 men in all, had been captured. The once mighty French army, an organisation which had, just 20 years before, been widely regarded as the world's premier exponent of land power, had again been brought to its knees, this time by the Viet Minh. The place where this catastrophe unfolded was a little-known valley in northeastern Vietnam called Dien Bien Phu. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu was one of history's most decisive engagements. A brilliant operational and tactical victory, the Viet Minh's commanders, especially General Giap, had masterfully outpositioned their French opponents. By dominating the surrounding high ground, Giap was able to successfully interdict French communications, specifically by subjecting the critical airstrip to a sustained artillery bombardment. He was also able to quietly mass overwhelming forces against the French garrison. This one engagement, which was followed closely by the equally destructive Battle of the Mang Yang Pass, effectively concluded the First Indochina War, and in doing so, ended 67 years of French colonialism in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Vietnamese nationalist forces had developed under Japanese rule, and by the end of the Second World War were able to fill the vacuum which had been caused by the withdrawal of both the Japanese and the French. As soon as Paris tried to re-establish its imperial control over the area, it faced a full-blown revolutionary resistance movement led by communist leader Ho Chi Minh. The war raged for 8 long years. Increasingly desperate French attempts to control the situation only led to progressively bloodier battles with the Viet Minh, a military opponent whose forces were now capable of engaging the French army in major, conventional battles. With the catastrophic defeat at Dien Bien Phu, French will finally broke. The war was brought to an official close at the Geneva Conventions of 1954. Here, on the beautiful shores of Lake Geneva, nestled amongst the towering Swiss Alps, the future of jungle-clad Indochina was decided. The French territory of Indochina would be separated into 4 sovereign entities, all of which would be granted independence. These included the kingdoms of Cambodia and Laos, and Vietnam, which would be temporarily cleaved into northern and southern blocks divided at the 17th parallel. The northern sector, ruled by the communist Viet Minh, was called the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, but it was widely known as North Vietnam. This state was led by Ho Chi Minh. The southern sector, known as South Vietnam, was called the State of Vietnam. This was essentially a political entity which had been created by the French during the First Indochina War as an alternative form of semi-independent government. Although with the conclusion of the war, all French control of this state was abandoned. Nominally, this division of Vietnam was intended to be a temporary political convenience, at least until nationwide elections could be held to determine the future governmental structure of the combined Vietnamese state. Unlike its communist sibling in the north, the end of the war left South Vietnam in absolute chaos. North Vietnam had been the Viet Minh's primary power base and heartland, and thus was rapidly subjected to Ho Chi Minh's overwhelming political control, bringing immediate order and stability. However, in the south, no comparable military and political structure existed. The embryonic South Vietnamese state was assailed by numerous centrifugal forces which drove it towards insurgency and fragmentation. Warring tribal groups, including the disenfranchised Montagnards, extensive corruption, including a very powerful organised crime syndicate, a defeated, dysfunctional and demoralised army, and an unstable political and social environment driven by the stain of association with French imperialism. This situation was made worse by the arrival of 1 million Christian refugees who were desperately fleeing communist oppression in the north. Despite these challenges, and contrary to most expectations, South Vietnam's new president, Ngo Dinh quickly imposed order. After deposing the former head of state, the Emperor Bao Dai, President Diem formed the new Vietnamese state, the Republic of Vietnam. Within weeks, Diem had begun a ruthless campaign designed to purge Viet Minh sympathizers. Foreseeing the coming struggle in the south, communist forces had already established clandestine networks and weapon stockpiles across the new republic. Largely through its brutality, this campaign was surprisingly effective, destroying the embryonic insurgency before it had begun. However, the cruel tactics employed by South Vietnamese forces alienated large elements of the rural population, which would have a significant impact on the war to come. Realizing that a free and fair election was unlikely to be possible in the communist-controlled north, a regime which was also embarking on a highly oppressive domestic campaign of political and social control, including a profound program of land reform, President Diem announced that the Republic of Vietnam would not be partaking in the reunification referendum of 1956, permanently dividing Vietnam into communist and Western states. As much as the First Indochina War can clearly be seen as a post-colonial nationalist conflict, one which aimed to achieve Cambodian, Laotian, and Vietnamese independence from French imperial rule, the ideological nature of the combatants quickly placed them within a wider global struggle. The nationalist Viet Minh were largely dominated by the communists, and, thus, the prospect of wider Indochina falling under the rule of Ho Chi Minh immediately gained the attention of the Americans. Washington was pleased with President Diem's withdrawal from the unification proceedings. Having a Western-aligned state counterbalancing the communist North fit precisely within the wider grand strategy of containment. Nevertheless, just as had occurred in Korea, if the wall of containment were to hold, Western military forces could not allow the non-communist states to fall. It quickly became clear to Western intelligence that, to Hanoi, the permanent division of Vietnam was not an acceptable conclusion to the First Indochina War. In fact, the nationalist driver of conflict in Vietnam was always a feature of the communist insurgency which was underestimated by the Americans and their allies. The very notion of a North and South Vietnam was an artificiality imposed on the Vietnamese people by a new set of great powers. The Vietnamese nation, especially its ethno-linguistic and cultural foundation, had no meaningful North-South divide. Thus, to many average Vietnamese people, the permanent division of the country, which was essentially an outcome of the ideologically driven Cold War and great power competition in the post-colonial world, seemed to simply be a new form of colonialism. Thus, in the south, the communist forces found many allies amongst the disenfranchised rural peasantry, who were sympathetic to both the nationalist message of the communist forces and the prospect of land reform improving their socio-economic position. With the stated objective of unification now the core goal of North Vietnamese grand strategy and the fertile ground for an insurgency in the south, by 1960, Hanoi was now strong enough to begin a wider destabilization campaign. In order to hide the direct involvement of the North Vietnamese state in this campaign, in December 1960, the Central Committee of the Communist Party created the National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam, otherwise known as the National Liberation Front. Although notionally the front was not an explicitly communist organization, as it included a number of different groups that aimed to overthrow the Diem regime, the domination of the organization by the communists was unequivocal. The followers and military forces of the National Liberation Front would soon be known as the Viet Cong. Revolutionary insurgency is the communists' forte, and with the heavy support of a now well-established communist state in the north, the Viet Cong quickly reached a very significant level of activity across the south. Within just 12 months, communist forces were operating across South Vietnam, and by 1962 were able to field units as large as battalions. Although the Viet Cong were certainly outnumbered by the regular South Vietnamese army, the government forces were compelled to adopt a defensive posture, dispersing their forces across the country. Using the jungle as cover, the VC was able to very effectively offset this force ratio disadvantage by relying upon maneuver. Smaller South Vietnamese units in exposed outposts would be routinely ambushed and attacked by larger VC formations, effectively using surprise and maneuver to amass a decisive force ratio advantage at these critical points. Within just 2 years of the campaign's launch, and with suspected VC casualties of as many as 1,000 per month, it was clear that the government forces were in the process of being defeated in detail, with their materially superior units destroyed piecemeal. The South Vietnamese army simply lacked the operational mobility to react to these unexpected Viet Cong attacks. Washington watched this campaign unfold with some dismay. It had looked to all as though South Vietnam was on the verge of catastrophic military defeat and communist revolution, an outcome which could only be viewed as a failure of the containment strategy and a major defeat in the wider Cold War. Nonetheless, there was precious little the Americans could do to help. The US Army had deployed a small 128-man advisory group as early as 1950. However, after the 1956 Geneva Accords, Washington was prevented from providing any more significant aid as, under the terms of these agreements, neither North or South Vietnam were permitted to form external alliances. This restriction was eased significantly in 1960, as in response to the clandestine military offensive being undertaken by the North, the International Control Commission, which oversaw the Accords, permitted a substantial increase in aid. This help arrived in the form of the Military Assistance and Advisory Group, a force of some 685 personnel, including a number of US Special Forces. The group's activities grew to include advising field units in active operations, especially more elite formations such as Marine and Armoured battalions. Despite this increased aid, as the insurgency gathered steam throughout 1961 and 1962, the situation on the ground continued to deteriorate. In fact, the local security environment was declining so rapidly that the new Kennedy administration felt compelled to immediately scale American involvement. For example, in the opening months of 1962, there were 2,394 American personnel in Vietnam, but by the end of that year, that number had ballooned to 11,000. The optics of a major American military presence in South Vietnam were hardly ideal for Washington. After all, the First Indochina War had only been concluded less than a decade before, and for an explicitly anti-imperial and anti-colonial power like the United States, replacing French troops with Americans was hardly congruent with their wider political and ideological position. Many within the Pentagon and White House were very concerned that this rapidly escalating American military footprint in Vietnam would be viewed by both the international community and the Vietnamese people as an imperial or colonial campaign. Thus, as early as 1961, the Americans began looking to internationalize the security assistance being provided to the Republic of Vietnam. Australia was an obvious place to look. The Australian Army had gained years of expertise in jungle warfare through the long and bloody war with Japan, at this time only a few short decades ago. Furthermore, Australian forces had been committed to a decade-long British-led counterinsurgency campaign in Malaya and Borneo. Finally, as a Pacific nation, Australia had a clear national interest in preventing the spread of communist insurgency throughout Southeast Asia. Thus, as early as November 1961, a time where American involvement in Vietnam was truly embryonic, diplomatic overtures were being made by the US State Department. In fact, in December of that year, the Australian Embassy in Washington received an official request for military aid in Vietnam. Both the Australian military and the Pentagon had some reservations about an Australian contingent of advisors. Australian methods, tactics, and counterinsurgency doctrine were all markedly different from their American allies, and thus both sides feared that if a small Australian contingent were to train one element of the South Vietnamese military, that force would operate differently to the American-trained elements, bringing dysfunction and disunity to the South Vietnamese army. Despite these concerns, and the fact that the United States had more than enough resources to cover the task, the political rationale for including as many international partners as possible was deemed to be of greater importance, and Australia was arguably the one treaty ally that would be the most willing to render aid. Washington's desire for Australian aid was only fortified by the recommendations of Sir Robert Thompson, a counterinsurgency expert and the head of the small British advisory team in Vietnam, who also concluded that an Australian perspective could well be a valuable addition. Within weeks, a delegation from the American Embassy in Rangoon was sitting at the desk of one Colonel Francis Ted Sarong. Considered the foremost expert in counterinsurgency in the Australian Army, Sarong had not only served an extensive tour in Malaya, but had led the Australian Army's Jungle Training Centre at Canungra, Queensland. Thus, his reputation was well known to the Americans, and despite the fact that he was on deployment in Rangoon, acting as a strategic advisor to the Burmese Army, the US State Department tracked him down. The delegation asked the colonel whether he would be interested in leading an Australian contingent to Vietnam, and Sarong replied that although he was personally well disposed to the idea, he would have to speak to his superiors first. On his way back to Australia, Sarong spent several weeks in Vietnam to appraise the situation. When he arrived back in Canberra, he briefed Lieutenant General Pollard, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Department of External Affairs on his appraisal of the situation. Sarong conveyed a message of restrained optimism. He praised the quality and fighting spirit of the Vietnamese soldier, but noted the significant destructive effect of nepotism and corruption across the wider governmental apparatus, challenges that were all too familiar in Southeast Asia. He also noted some significant shortcomings in the American approach. He concluded that the US advisors were, generally speaking, trying to recreate the Vietnamese army in their own image, rather than encouraging the locals to make use of their own ethnic background and local knowledge. Sarong's long experience in both Malaya and Burma made him confident that he could correct some of these faults. At that meeting, General Pollard informed Sarong that, although the details had not yet been finalised, he would lead a team of Australian advisors to Vietnam, an operation Sarong had all but assumed was about to begin. The details of the initial Australian deployment to Vietnam were finalised at the ANZUS Council meeting in 1962. The primary deployment would be in the form of a number of Australian Army advisors who would deploy within specific South Vietnamese battalions. This force of 30 men was to operate under its own headquarters, which would fly the Australian flag. The Navy would deploy 2 radar-equipped warships to aid in monitoring the coast, and the Air Force would provide a transport aircraft for logistical support. This very small contingent was the vanguard of a force which would eventually grow to become Australia's largest military commitment since the Second World War. Sarong landed in Vietnam on the 6th of June 1962. He decided that the initial deployment should be as wide as possible within the larger American organisation. Small teams of 3 or 4 men would be deployed across the country, thus gaining valuable insight into the conflict and South Vietnam as a whole. These deployments included the north of the country around the demilitarised zone and in the Saigon area. Once assembled, the small team of volunteers underwent specific jungle warfare training at Conungra, and by the 29th of July 1962, the 29-strong contingent landed at Saigon International Airport. The initial deployment of Australian forces in Vietnam was relatively peaceful. Although clashes between the Viet Cong and South Vietnamese forces were common, the Australian training bases were spared from direct attack. The training methods which had been developed in Australia at Conungra quickly began to spread across the wider South Vietnamese army. These included sneaker courses, coloured identification helmets, shooting galleries, and demonstration platoons. The Vietnamese were quick to see the value in these techniques, although the general standard of training amongst the South Vietnamese battalions was poor. Despite the existence of the Dong Da National Training Centre, which not only trained recruits but conducted 6-week-long retraining cycles for operational units, the Australian advisors were shocked at the level of incompetence they encountered. The Vietnamese were clearly tough and brave soldiers. Nevertheless, their technical skill was badly lacking. Marksmanship was poor, weapons were constantly in a state of disrepair. Security whilst marching or at the halt was non-existent, and basic tactical principles such as fire and manoeuvre were unheard of. Light discipline was equally fictitious. When operating in a combat zone, every night the South Vietnamese force would light dozens of fires to cook chickens and hot meals. Over the next 12 months, the Australian detachment trained over 20,000 Vietnamese personnel, many of whom readily took to the new Australian tactical methods. Most advisors noted a significant increase in the competence of Vietnamese battalions, although the problems with leadership remained endemic. However, the Australian officers and men grew frustrated by the inability to deploy with South Vietnamese battalions, not only to see how effective Australian tactics and doctrine was in Vietnam, but to actually come to grips with the enemy. This restrained period of the campaign came to an end in early 1964. Despite the substantial aid being provided by the Western powers, the military situation across South Vietnam continued to deteriorate. Viet Cong operations were now routinely occurring at battalion or regimental scale, signalling a shift towards the final stage of communist revolution, in which the conflict itself evolved from an insurgency to a quasi-conventional war involving pitched battles between large-scale formations. The domestic situation was only made worse by the assassination of President Diem on November 2, 1963, an action that precipitated a political crisis in Saigon and the establishment of military rule. Within this backdrop, President Lyndon Johnson signalled a significant escalation of American involvement in Vietnam. At a press conference in April, the president called for other flags to join the United States in not only training the South Vietnamese, but beginning combat operations across the country. In response to this request, Cabinet approved an additional 30 Australian Army advisors and the deployment of 6 Caribou transport aircraft. These men were also permitted to deploy on combat operations with South Vietnamese formations. It was only days after this announcement that the first Australian military death occurred in Vietnam. On the night of the 6th of July, 1964, 35-year-old Warrant Officer Kevin Conway from Wellington Point, Queensland, was killed in action during an attack on a Special Forces base in Nam Dong. Over the next decade, another 500 other Australians would follow in Warrant Officer Conway's footsteps and give their lives in the pursuit of victory in Vietnam. Initial combat operations began in July of 1964. An Australian advisory team deployed with the 1st Army of the Republic of Vietnam Division, whose headquarters were located in the northern city of Hue. By September, the 2nd Division had also arrived in the north, which was designated as the 1st Core Area of Operations, and Australian teams were also operating within its battalions. At that time in the war, a South Vietnamese Army's Division's infantry element was composed of 3 regiments, each of which contained 3 battalions. The Western advisors would typically operate in small teams at the battalion level or above. Colonel Sarong described the situation in the 1st Corps area thusly: "All battalions have been active. Some have taken severe casualties. Generally, results have been good against a VC increasing in strength and activity. The days when 1st Corps was quiet are over." During this period, the Australian advisors were interspersed within the wider American operation. It was common for 2-man teams to be deployed with Vietnamese companies, and these were often composed of 1 Australian and 1 American serviceman. Combat during 1964 was intense, and the 1st and 2nd ARVN divisions fought numerous pitched battles with large Viet Cong formations. When in combat, the role of Western military teams was to advise local command and direct supporting fires such as artillery and air power. Under these circumstances, where these 2 men were the only English speakers within a wider Vietnamese formation, the advisors forged a very close bond. There was a general understanding that one would never leave the other behind. In several cases, the 2 men died alongside one another. This bond of mateship, or the buddy bind as the Americans called it, stretched across national borders and uniforms. In one example, an American Master Sergeant arranged a collection from all of the American and Australian advisors in the 1st Corps area to pay for the return of his friend to Australia, a man who had died beside him in battle. At that time, the Australian government would not fund the repatriation of fallen soldiers, and the shame of having an American pay for the return of an Australian advisor finally led to a change in this long-held policy. The actions of American and Australian advisors in this stage of the campaign are an underappreciated and little-known footnote in the military history of the Vietnam War. These small, exposed teams showed tremendous professionalism and gallantry. They often faced extremely challenging tactical situations, where their survival rested upon the performance of the Vietnamese units in which they were embedded. Indeed, some of these small heroic tales show just how challenging and dangerous these missions were. On the 13th of November 1965, Warrant Officer Wheatley was operating with an ARVN company which was conducting a search and destroy mission in the Tra Bong Valley. The unit became involved in an increasingly severe firefight with a superior Viet Cong formation. As the South Vietnamese company began to withdraw, Wheatley heard that his teammate and close friend, Warrant Officer Swanton, had been badly wounded. Wheatley charged through heavy fire to find his friend. After locating Swanton, he began dragging the badly wounded man towards some cover approximately 200 meters away. By this point, friendly forces had withdrawn, leaving the 2 Australians alone. Only the South Vietnamese medic stayed with them. He told Wheatley that his friend was dying. At this point, the enemy was just 10 meters away. Wheatley refused to leave his friend and instead pulled the pin on 2 grenades, which he was holding in each hand. The Vietnamese medic left the 2 Australians, and moments later, 2 grenade bursts were heard. Warrant Officer Wheatley was later found lying dead beside his friend. Both had died of gunshot wounds. Wheatley was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for this incredible display of gallantry. Although Australian and American advisors fought many actions such as this throughout 1964 and 1965, most of these have been lost to history, overshadowed by the massive battles fought between American and North Vietnamese forces later in the war. But the performance of these small teams should not be forgotten. In fact, the tiny Australian training team, which eventually became 100 strong, was the most highly decorated unit for its size in Australian military history. During this period, 4 of its members received the Victoria Cross. But in late 1965, during the rapid escalation of the war, the role of the Australian Army in Vietnam also began to evolve. National service had been reinstated, and thus the highly experienced NCOs which had been deployed to Vietnam were now required back in Australia to train the large number of incoming personnel. Furthermore, Australia as a whole was now going to take a far more direct role in the conflict. On April the 21st, 1965, Australian Prime Minister Robert Menzies announced that the Australian Army would now be deploying a full-strength infantry battalion to Vietnam to conduct combat operations. From this point on, Australian forces would no longer be deployed to simply train and aid the South Vietnamese military. They were going to Vietnam with the clear objective of fighting the Viet Cong. On the 4th of December 1964, the US Secretary of State, William Bundy, met with the Australian and New Zealand ambassadors in Washington. There, Bundy raised the prospect of the deployment of large combat formations to Vietnam. At the conference, he outlined a contingency plan. If the current bombing campaign was unsuccessful in abating the pressure being applied by North Vietnam, the American intention was to deploy a single US Army division and 2 battalions of Marines. This force would operate in the northern sector around the demilitarized zone with the aim of deterring a large-scale incursion by the regular North Vietnamese Army. It was hoped that Australia and New Zealand may be willing to contribute major combat forces to this deployment, potentially in battalion strength. Although not a formal request, it was made clear to the Australian and New Zealand representatives that the Johnson administration would be very appreciative of such an Allied commitment, especially as any such deployment would make American escalation in Vietnam an explicitly Allied and international action. However, at that time, President Johnson only formally requested a deployment of 200 military advisors. For the Australian Army, the prospect of deploying a single battalion for extended operations was actually a substantial challenge. Throughout its operations in the Vietnam War, which were initiated virtually at the very beginning of the conflict, the Australian Army gained a reputation as a highly professional and capable force. In fact, General Westmoreland, the supreme commander in Vietnam, would later write of the Australians that it was a thoroughly professional force, small in numbers and well trained, particularly in anti-guerrilla warfare. In his words, the Australian Army was much like the post-Versailles German Army, in which even men in the ranks may have been leaders in some less capable force. These were certainly words of high praise from General Westmoreland, but they are at odds with the traditional character of the Australian Army. All throughout its 60-year history to this point, which included many great feats across both world wars, the Australian Army had not been a highly professional force. It had always been a citizen army, one composed of average Australians. It was the hardy frontier lifestyle and national character that prepared young Australian men for the rigours of military life, and what made them all such natural soldiers. Unlike Britain, Australia had never possessed a highly professional standing army. Rather, Australian planners expected to enjoy approximately 1 year to raise and train very large formations, such as corps and field armies, which would then be deployed in support of Allied operations, probably in the Middle East. Throughout the 1950s, in any conflict with the Soviet Union, Canberra expected to follow this traditional practice. Nevertheless, the Cold War was a very different environment. As opposed to fighting a high-intensity total war with a great power, Australia now faced the prospect of waging protracted counterinsurgency campaigns across Southeast Asia, whilst the nation was nominally on a peacetime footing. Thus, general mobilisation could not be relied upon to generate the forces required for these campaigns. Underpinning this shift in emphasis was a new and novel strategic doctrine. Called forward defence, this new strategic paradigm envisaged the primary battle to defend Australia as being waged in Southeast Asia. Malaya was the primary line of defence, but clearly Canberra envisaged deploying its forces in support of Allied operations across the region. However, this required a standing army. In 1953, the British Commonwealth Far East Strategic Reserve was created, and Australia's contribution to that force was a single infantry battalion. But simply sustaining this lone infantry battalion through volunteer recruitment proved to be just as difficult as sustaining a battalion during the Korean War. As a point of reference, during the Second World War, the Australian Army deployed a force of over 80 infantry battalions. But the citizen military forces, which were the bedrock of the traditional mass mobilisation army, could not be relied upon to wage these long counterinsurgency campaigns, primarily because these men, some of whom were conscripts, could not be deployed overseas without their consent. It was this set of operational challenges and the wider strategic environment that drove the professionalisation of the Australian Army. By 1957, the chiefs had decided to establish a permanent brigade group in Australia that was manned by professional volunteers and would be maintained at a high state of readiness. This was the nucleus of the professional Australian Army we know today. With the need to deploy combat forces to Malaya, the Australian Army began to focus more and more heavily on counterinsurgency in a jungle environment, and reopened its massive jungle warfare training area at Canungra. With a long and recent history of operations in the Second World War, in the area of jungle warfare techniques and procedures, there was a tremendous reservoir of institutional knowledge. When combined with the recent deployment to Malaya, this led to the development of a highly effective and unique Australian counterinsurgency doctrine, which was optimised for jungle operations. Nevertheless, manning these forces, especially if simultaneous commitments to Malaya and Vietnam were to be contemplated, remains a very significant challenge. Given the increasing security risks, including escalation tensions between Indonesia and the newly independent Malaysia, the question of national service was raised by the government. Conscription was not new in Australia. Throughout the Second World War, the various militia divisions included a number of conscripts. However, these formations were intended for home defence. From 1951 to 1960, a national service scheme had also been implemented. Nevertheless, when this scheme was reintroduced in 1964, these national servicemen would be expected to deploy to overseas combat zones, such as Malaysia and Vietnam. It was this new feature of the national service scheme that became so contentious. Generally speaking, conscripts had never been sent to overseas combat areas, with the lone exception of 1944 and 1945. Sending young men to fight the Viet Cong against their will ran counter to Australia's long-held preference for volunteer forces. Undeniably, it was the prospect of deploying large-scale combat forces to Vietnam which, along with escalating tensions with Indonesia, precipitated this drastic alteration in long-term Australian policy, one that would tear at the very fabric of Australian society. Considering the many challenges being faced by the Australian military in the early 1960s, the decision to rapidly escalate Australian involvement in Vietnam may seem strange. After all, many have argued that critical Australian interests were not threatened in Vietnam, and thus implementing conscription in order to support a large-scale military deployment to that campaign has generated a significant amount of historical criticism. But an evaluation of the situation in 1965 underlines the grave danger Australia found itself in. Although it has been ridiculed across the following decades, primarily because it precipitated a strategic miscalculation in Vietnam, the domino theory was, in fact, a very plausible path for Southeast Asia to take. International communism was an explicitly revolutionary ideology, one that clearly aimed to overthrow the weak governments across the post-colonial world. Using one communist nation as a safe haven to stage an insurgency in its neighbours was exactly what North Vietnam was doing. Not just in the south, but in Laos and Cambodia as well. Allowing South Vietnam to fall to communist insurgency would undeniably increase the risk of its neighbours suffering a similar fate. This ran exactly counter to stated Australian strategic objectives. Forward defence rested upon the notion that the best way to defend Australia from international communism was to fight it in Southeast Asia. Furthermore, the prospect of Indonesia, the giant of Southeast Asia, falling to communist revolution was a strategic nightmare that would pose an existential threat to Australia. Therefore, when viewed within this wider context, it was clear that core Australian national interests were at stake in Vietnam, even if both Canberra and Washington had essentially mistaken a largely nationalist insurgency for an extension of communist influence which was being driven by China and the Soviet Union. Put simply, in both Australia and America, the idea of South Vietnam falling to the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese army looked like a very severe strategic defeat, one that could precipitate a wider catastrophe. Furthermore, conditions in South Vietnam were continuing to deteriorate. Despite the vast economic and military aid provided to the Republic of Vietnam Army, it was quickly becoming clear that Saigon was simply losing the war. Unlike the ideologically motivated and disciplined communist forces, many of which had served in the Viet Minh during the First Indochina War, the South Vietnamese army was a deeply flawed institution. On paper, it was a very formidable force. 205,000 regular army personnel supported by 21,000 US advisors. To this number were added a further 200,000 men of the regional defense formations. These reasonably well-trained units had been equipped by the United States, and thus fielded a wide array of arms, including artillery, helicopters, and vehicles. Despite these advantages, the far weaker Viet Cong forces, which may have been as small as 35,000 regulars and 100,000 local guerrillas, were clearly becoming ascendant. Many South Vietnamese units were simply not committed to the wider cause, leading to variable morale and high rates of desertion. This inadequacy was caused by both poor leadership throughout the hierarchy, a result of nepotistic and political recruitment and promotional practices, and the general failure of the South Vietnamese state. Widespread corruption, ethno-religious tensions between Catholics and Buddhists, and the corrosive influence of politicization deeply impacted the South Vietnamese army's capability. Thus, even with their advantages in mobility and firepower, the ARVN forces were unable to counter the Viet Cong, who were now bold enough to engage the South Vietnamese army in large-scale battles. These hit-and-run engagements were now being fought at the battalion and regimental scale, meaning the commitment of thousands of fighting men at a time. On the 28th of December 1964, a force of 2 understrength Viet Cong regiments, approximately 1,600 men, took the village of Bin Gia. This had been a safe haven for Catholic refugees from the north. After the initial engagement, rather than retreating, the VC simply held the village and waited for the inevitable counterattack. 2 ARVN battalions were flown in, and a large-scale pitched battle ensued. In this engagement, the South Vietnamese forces were badly mauled, suffering over 500 casualties, a number which included 19 Americans. It was clear that the war was entering a new and far more dangerous phase, defined by conventional battle, one which the South Vietnamese army was clearly unable to win. This was immediately evident to all, including the Australian service chiefs, who were now convinced that simply deploying more advisors was only going to lead to defeat in Vietnam. They advised the Defence Committee thusly: further bolstering of military aid in the present type will not remedy the situation in South Vietnam. Something different must be done. The proposals by the United States to introduce sizable ground forces is such a new approach and an important one, revealing a major change in policy. We feel this is the only way of achieving a solution to the South Vietnam problem. To put it simply, if the Republic of Vietnam Army was incapable of defeating the Viet Cong, even with the massive amount of support being thrown behind it, then the only alternative to accepting defeat was the deployment of large Western forces who could do the fighting for them. Another major incentive driving Australian policy was the notion that by supporting the United States in Vietnam, Canberra was ensuring that if the situation with Indonesia deteriorated further and full-blown armed conflict broke out in Malaysia, Australia could count on significant American aid. It was clear that similar conclusions were being reached in Washington. President Johnson faced 3 choices: withdraw all combat forces, continue on the current course, or escalate. The first 2 options would lead to certain defeat. Only the third contained any prospect of victory, although it came with great risk. Thus, the President made the fateful decision to escalate American involvement in the conflict, a policy he outlined on national television on the 17th of February. Even before large-scale American combat forces were deployed to Vietnam, the prospect of Australian units joining them was being raised at the highest levels of government. In a meeting at Honolulu, American, Australian, and New Zealand military leadership met to discuss the change in Allied strategy. From the outset, it was clear that New Zealand was not enthusiastic about the commitment of its forces. However, the Australian delegation readily agreed to the deployment of an infantry battalion. With the Australian commitment now made explicit, Rear Admiral Peter Phillips, the head of the New Zealand delegation, said that Wellington may be willing to deploy a single artillery battery to support the Australian battalion. These forces would rely upon American logistics and come under American operational command. By agreeing to this so early, the Australian government effectively ceded all operational control over its forces. In fact, the final decision as to where this force would be deployed was made without an Australian representative present. General Westmoreland and Secretary McNamara decided that the Anzac Battalion should be deployed within the 173rd Airborne Brigade. This force would be inserted into the Bien Hoa area with the objective of establishing an enclave, or heavily fortified base area. The primary American strategy for the first phase of major combat operations was called the Enclave Strategy. In this campaign plan, rather than deploying American forces over a wide front, small specific base areas in strategically vital locations would be established and heavily fortified. These base areas would deploy large-scale supporting fires, such as artillery and air power, and thus allow the forces defending them to engage the Viet Cong with overwhelming fire support. This strategy was essentially passive and defensive. The fundamental idea was that as long as these enclaves were held by Western forces, the North could simply not win. This would, it was hoped, break the will of the North Vietnamese by simply denying them victory. This initial force to be deployed was composed of 17 battalion-strength battle groups: 13 American, 3 Korean, and 1 Australian. However, by June, General Westmoreland had serious reservations about the efficacy of this enclave strategy. Instead, he had decided to take a far more assertive and aggressive posture, adopting the wider concept of search and destroy. An explicitly attritional strategy, the general aimed to use his field forces to radiate out from these heavily fortified enclaves and engage the enemy, looking to find large-scale VC forces and destroy them. Thus, within a matter of weeks, the entire strategy for the prosecution of the war in Vietnam had completely changed, and Australia's role in it was now utterly out of Canberra's hands. Despite these concerns and challenges, on the 29th of April 1965, Prime Minister Menzies announced the deployment of the battalion to the nation. The force to be deployed in 1965 was spearheaded by the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment, or 1RAR, which was supported by the 1st Logistics Support Company and 709 Signal Squadron. In addition to the Australian Army Training Team Vietnam, which was already in country, total Australian strength would now stand at 1,120 personnel. After some very serious vacillations, the New Zealand Prime Minister confirmed that Wellington would deploy a single 105mm artillery battery which would operate with the Australian battalion, a decision which was welcomed by both General Westmoreland and Australian Command. However, once the New Zealand government heard that the American batteries of the 173rd Airborne Brigade only operated with 4 guns, it was decided to only deploy 4 howitzers instead of the typical 6, a decision which would arbitrarily reduce the effectiveness of the battery for the next 14 months. The 173rd Independent Airborne Brigade was an easy fit for 1RAR. Of its 3 battalions, only 2 were infantry. The 3rd was an artillery battalion. Thus, with 1RAR, the brigade headquarters would now possess a far more typical 3 manoeuvre battalions. The brigade had been tasked with securing the Bien Hoa airfield complex, which was located on the outskirts of Saigon. 1RAR was initially tasked with securing the northern area of the airfield itself, assuming responsibility for the defence of this sector. The area was examined during a reconnaissance by Major General Mackay, the senior Australian officer in Vietnam, who determined that it was defensible and an appropriate location for a base. Despite its long history, 1RAR was a battalion that was in a state of flux. After returning from combat operations in Malaya, just a few weeks before, the battalion had been split to create the newly mobilised 5RAR, whose ranks would be filled with the newly trained national servicemen. It was also adopting a new organisational structure, shifting from the pentropic order of battle to a standard jungle pattern battalion. Thus, and despite the experience of its officer corps, the formation was in desperate need of training. However, it was only permitted one large-scale training exercise, Sky High 2, which was set in the rugged Gospus Mountain area near Newcastle. Although the results of these exercises were good, it was clear that it would take some time to fully adapt to its new role and operational environment. At 1 a.m. on the 27th of May, the Colossus-class carrier HMAS Sydney, which was escorted by the destroyer HMAS Duchess, departed Sydney Harbour. On board was 1RAR's B Company. It was only after the vessel had reached Moreton Island that the company commander, Major McFarlane, was permitted to open his orders. Only then did the men learn they were headed for Bien Hoa, one of the largest air bases in South Vietnam, where they would be operating with the 173rd Airborne Brigade. Once the company had secured the LZ, the rest of the battalion would be flown in. With 1RAR fully deployed in the Bien Hoa area, the problem of integration within a larger American formation quickly began to raise its head. On the 23rd of June, the battalion was ordered to conduct its first large-scale offensive. This was one of a series of operations that were designed to clear new base areas for large US formations that were about to deploy to Vietnam. The Australians were given the task of clearing an area which would eventually be the base for the US 1st Infantry Division. The operation proved to be highly successful. 1RAR quickly secured the location, and although relatively few VC were encountered, a large cache of material was discovered, indicating that a significant enemy unit was operational in the area. The attack was also the first time an Australian battalion was able to conduct a complete air mobile assault, with each of the companies being inserted by helicopter into a potentially hot LZ. It also allowed for the coordination of infantry and artillery under combat conditions. These were valuable opportunities to hone such vital skills. Nevertheless, the attack revealed significant cultural differences between the American and Australian formations. As opposed to the Americans, who valued speed and aggression, Australian doctrine emphasised a far more deliberate and careful approach to offensive operations. During a search and destroy mission, typically an Australian company would not be allocated more than 2 square kilometres of jungle per day, allowing for a thorough search of an area that could hold very well camouflaged tunnel complexes. Despite this request, 1RAR was given just half of that time, an allotment that was reduced further by bad weather. Additionally, virtually no time was provided for a thorough reconnaissance prior to the operation's initiation. Lieutenant General Wilton, the Chief of the General Staff, was concerned by the manner in which this battalion was being employed by its American commanders. Wilton had served as a brigade commander during the Korean War, and had witnessed American doctrine firsthand. American culture was far more aggressive and far more tolerant of casualties than their Commonwealth counterparts. And during his time in Korea, he had often witnessed American commanders acting recklessly, at least in his own estimation. One RAR's commanding officer, Colonel Lou Brumfeld, had also served in Korea, fighting as a platoon commander in the Battle of Kapyong, and shared these concerns. Speaking after the war, he later opined that he witnessed American divisions being flung around and accepting enormous casualties, the kind of losses the comparatively tiny Australian army could simply not sustain. Plus, he was well aware of the Viet Cong's penchant for annihilation ambushes, and did not wish to share the fate of the French Mobile Group 100, which suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of the Mangyang Pass. Thus, the American desire for speed increased the risks for a battalion-sized formation, as the Viet Cong were clearly capable of conducting ambushes in regimental strength. In the wake of the June operation, Blumfeld had a frank discussion with his American commanding officer, Brigadier Ellis Williamson. He strongly requested that in all future operations, he be given his operational tasks and simply left alone to achieve it, in accordance with Australian doctrine and methods. Much to his credit, Brigadier Williamson was highly sympathetic to his Australian allies, and for the rest of the tour granted 1 RAR a large degree of tactical freedom. As 1 RAR's deployment progressed, more and more problems with integration emerged. These ranged from reasonably technical matters, such as the manner in which artillery was integrated with infantry and the use of illumination, to more fundamental cultural differences. Brigadier General Williamson later noted the different approaches to the utility and employment of combined arms operations, such as artillery support. He related how Colonel Blumfield once remarked that, "My God, General, when I ask for artillery, I only want you to shoot 1 round and let me see what's going on. And the first thing I know, you've got 18 guns blazing away and you're scaring my troops to death." After pausing to chuckle, Williamson went on to explain, "We were just on a different frequency a little bit. I couldn't ask for anyone to be more cooperative than Lou was." In reality, it was as if the Australians and Americans were literally seeing a different war. This divergence was, indeed, far more fundamental than different radio procedures or small unit tactics. The core strategic concepts which underpinned Australian and American counterinsurgency doctrine were very different. Much as it had been since the Overland Campaign, the American approach was highly attritional. With the very real possibility of South Vietnamese defeat in 1965, General Westmoreland's primary concept of operations was to bring the major enemy formations to battle and cause them significant casualties, off-balancing the Viet Cong in the process and forcing them onto the defensive, which would then, in turn, buy the South Vietnamese state and military time to recover. This concept was to be achieved by leveraging American advantages in operational mobility and firepower to conduct rapid and unexpected offensives. By striking hard, repeatedly and unexpectedly, Westmoreland aimed to cripple the Viet Cong's ability to fight a conventional war. The Australian approach to counterinsurgency was, however, far more careful, underpinned by a concept of operations that was heavily influenced by the long war in Malaya. As opposed to attrition, the Australian objective was to separate the insurgent from the local population. As Mao Zedong famously opined, the guerrilla must move amongst the people as a fish swims in the sea, and the fundamental strategic concept which underpinned Australian doctrine was to drain that sea. This was to be achieved in a careful, steady, and methodical campaign. The primary objective was to establish an area of control, which could slowly be expanded from a heavily fortified forward operating base. Within this area, Australian forces would conduct thorough and painstaking searches of local villages, long and extensive patrols with the aim of ambushing insurgent forces as they manoeuvred, and then the systematic location and destruction of enemy bases and logistical support. Once this area had been completely sanitized, local forces would be brought in to maintain security, and the Australians would move on to extend this area of control. In truth, the two approaches to counterinsurgency could not be more different. The Americans focused far more on destroying the Viet Cong's main force units, and thus disrupting their ability to engage the ARVN divisions in conventional engagements, whilst the Australians aimed to snuff out the insurgency at its very root. One approach required speed, firepower and aggression. The other, patience, care and tactical skill. Thus, as 1 RAR's deployment with the 173rd Brigade developed, this doctrinal and cultural divergence grew more and more apparent. But despite these differences, which even extended to the two armies' respective logistical systems, the goodwill held on both sides allowed for the successful integration of the Australian Battalion, and the relationship between the commanders and fighting men was generally harmonious. In effect, this meant the Australian force largely adapting to the strategy being applied by their American superiors. Although the initial deployment of the 173rd Brigade and 1 RAR had been defensive in nature, essentially securing the Bien Hoa enclave and its massive airbase, as the war escalated, so did General Westmoreland's approach to the campaign. By late 1965, the whole Allied force had adopted a far more aggressive posture, and the 173rd Brigade's role had now shifted to an operational reserve. Although close to the South Vietnamese capital, just to the north and northwest of the Bien Hoa airbase were some of the most heavily entrenched communist areas in South Vietnam, the Viet Cong's heartland. For example, a zone which extended for approximately 25 kilometers around the town of Ben Cat, just 40 kilometers north of Saigon, contained the largest and most extensive tunnel system and heaviest communist defenses in all of South Vietnam. This flat, jungle-covered country, known as the Iron Triangle, was just 30 kilometers from 1 RAR at Bien Hoa. This area served as a major logistical base for communist forces in the south, one which supported offensives against Saigon. To the north and northwest stood other major communist areas, locations which were labelled War Zones C and D by Military Assistance Command Vietnam. General Westmoreland viewed these major communist staging areas around Saigon as the greatest threat to the South Vietnamese government, and thus prioritised their destruction. Indeed, in these areas, the Viet Cong had established a level of control so pervasive that they routinely moved in vehicles and conducted daily tax collecting. Clearing these areas and then surrounding the South Vietnamese capital with a ring of American bases was the primary campaign objective for 1965, and the 1st Infantry Division, along with the 173rd Airborne Brigade, were given this task. Thus, for the rest of the year, 1 RAR, along with its cousin battalions of the 173rd, would be committed in these extensive search and destroy operations. This included an October offensive into the Iron Triangle, one that inflicted significant enemy casualties. In total, 106 Viet Cong had been confirmed killed, 4 wounded, and 115 captured. Nevertheless, this offensive failed to establish long-term control of this vital staging area. In line with General Westmoreland's whole concept of operations, these offensives were fast and hard-hitting, but the Allied presence was temporary. As soon as the attack had culminated, Allied forces were withdrawn to base areas to prepare for the next wave of operations. Thus, Communist control of these areas was not permanently challenged. With this shift in offensive posture came a spike in Australian casualties. During Operation Iron Triangle, an offensive that involved the painstaking clearing of a web of tunnel networks and minefields, 1 RAR lost 2 men killed in action and 37 wounded. Major John Healy, A Company's commander, later opined in his summary of the offensive. For a casualty list of 2 KIA and 11 WIA out of a strength of 104 all ranks, the company killed 1 VC and wounded another, probably fatally. Overall results of the operation and its effect on VC activities obviously take time to assess. It is important that these results, when obtained, be passed on to the soldier, especially when immediate results compare unfavourably with losses suffered. This change in posture and the casualties it imposed led to a political rebuke in Australia. During a robust parliamentary debate, the leader of the opposition, Arthur Calwell, sharply criticised what he called a 1 in 10 casualty rate, demanding to know how much operational control was being exercised over Australian forces. Although these questions were successfully answered, and the casualty rate was actually closer to 1 in 20, the same as was experienced by American battalions, it was clear that many in Australia were becoming uncomfortable with an Australian battalion being so directly controlled by larger American formations. Despite the many challenges integration within the 173rd Brigade had posed to 1 RAR, it had still performed admirably, and the close alignment with the United States Army continued a relationship that had been forged in the jungles of Papua and New Guinea. But nevertheless, it was clear to many that this was, in fact, a poor use of the Australian Army, and a waste of its particular strengths. American intervention in Vietnam had dramatically altered the strategic balance of the war, and within months the teetering Republic of Vietnam had rallied. Although certainly not defeated, the Viet Cong and their North Vietnamese patrons were certainly pushed back to a more defensive posture. The imminent siege of Saigon had been broken, and South Vietnam bounced back from a condition of imminent state collapse. General Westmoreland's strategy for prosecuting the war had relied upon rapid and hard-hitting offensives, often waged at the division level. The operations of the 173rd Brigade fell right within this paradigm. It had been employed as something approaching a fire brigade, one that rapidly moved from one location to another, engaging large VC elements wherever they could be found. But this posed a severe problem for the Australians. The Australian Army had spent years perfecting its own counterinsurgency doctrine, one developed through a decade of combat in Malaya and a deep study of the French experience in the First Indochina War. Australian Command was sure this doctrine would be effective, but during one RAR's first year-long tour of duty, many within the battalion complained that it was never allowed sufficient time in an area to get to know the local enemy, especially to determine weaknesses in their patterns of operations which could be exploited. In the 215 operating days between October 1965 and May 1966, one RAR carried out 12 major operations and spent a total of 110 days outside the province or in War Zone D. These included Operations Hump, New Life, and Crip, which were all located out of its base province, evidence of just how much the battalion filled a mobile role. The fundamental principle underpinning Australian counterinsurgency doctrine may have been to separate the insurgent from the local population, but when deployed with the 173rd Brigade, there was literally no time to apply this concept. Instead, the battalion was constantly engaged in large unit offensives. This fundamental difference in approaches to counterinsurgency operations led to very different applications of tactics. The Americans emphasized mass, especially the maneuver of large units such as brigades and divisions, mobility and firepower. Their primary objective was to locate enemy main force elements and engage them. Although the Australians accepted the need for large unit maneuver, especially through the permanent establishment of a substantial operational reserve, the Australian Army stressed small unit tactics and the fundamental skills of soldiering, as were expressed by the individual fighting man. As opposed to massed, overwhelming firepower in all of its forms, the Australian approach emphasised stealth and patience. Patrolling was seen as primarily an offensive tactic, and economy of force was foundational. None of this is to argue that General Westmoreland's operational approach in 1965 was inappropriate. In fact, he succeeded in inflicting a significant operational defeat on the Viet Cong, one that undeniably rescued a dire strategic situation and prevented an imminent communist victory. Nevertheless, this operational posture and tempo simply did not suit the Australian Army, its attitudes towards sustaining casualties, or its wider doctrinal framework. Long before one RAR's year-long tour of duty was complete, Australian political and military leadership were considering the establishment of an independent Australian command in Vietnam. However, given the Viet Cong's ability to operate in large units such as regiments and divisions, and increasing evidence of the North Vietnamese Army's presence across South Vietnam, which also deployed formations of divisional strength, any independent deployment of Australian forces had to be of sufficient mass to ensure its own security. In essence, a lone battalion operating in its own tactical area of responsibility stood a good chance of being overwhelmed and annihilated by Viet Cong main force elements, which can essentially be considered as equivalent to North Vietnamese army formations, units that were routinely able to maneuver through the dense jungle undetected. Thus, as much as many within Australia both wanted the Australian Army to employ its own doctrine and were concerned that the small battalion may be subjected to excessive casualties whilst under American command, any independent deployment would require a significant escalation of Australian involvement. Despite the many military, strategic, and political risks, escalation was exactly what the American political and military leadership were planning. As early as the 26th of July 1965, President Johnson wrote to Prime Minister Menzies requesting the commitment of additional Australian forces. In line with his multi-phased approach to winning the war, after stabilising the situation in 1965, General Westmoreland now planned to move to the strategic offensive, a phase he hoped would bring about communist capitulation. In order to do so, the American presence in Vietnam would increase from 210,000 troops in January 1966 to some 327,000 in December of the same year. In line with this American escalation, the War Cabinet recommended to Prime Minister Menzies that one RAR be replaced by 2 infantry battalions, a formation which could form an independent task force. This brigade-sized deployment would be supported by armour, engineers, artillery and aviation elements, allowing for a completely independent operational deployment. This was an operational deployment that was strongly supported by the Army, which very much preferred to operate independently of American command. However, given the rapid expansion of the Australian Army and the deployment of an infantry battalion to Malaysia, even with the introduction of national service, this force would simply not be ready until mid-1966. Although planning for this significant increase in Australia's commitment to the Vietnam War had been underway since mid-1965, it wasn't until the 8th of March 1966 that these plans were made public. On that day, the new Australian Prime Minister, Harold Holt, announced that Australia's commitment to the war would now treble. A force of 4,500 personnel would relieve one RAR. Just 6 weeks later, the Fast Troop Transport, HMAS Sydney, departed Australia, loaded with personnel and military equipment. It was sailing to a war that was rapidly becoming ever more violent. The direct deployment of large-scale Western ground forces had dealt the Viet Cong a significant operational defeat. In response, the North Vietnamese military escalated its own involvement in the south, deploying full-strength North Vietnamese Army regiments and divisions to South Vietnam through the Ho Chi Minh Trail. This influx of personnel and materiel from both sides greatly intensified the level of daily combat being seen across South Vietnam. In Australia, the Menzies government watched this deterioration with some anxiety. Indeed, when the notion of deploying a brigade-level task force to Vietnam was first raised at the cabinet level, the ministers were strongly sceptical of the idea. In fact, when the Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee of Cabinet learned that the Army was planning for just such a contingency, military leadership was immediately ordered to stop any preparations for an escalation of Australian involvement. Given what actually occurred, this was a most unfortunate decision, as when the political climate shifted, valuable planning time had been lost. Thankfully, even before this moratorium was imposed, critical insights had been made. Essential planning had already been undertaken in Australia, and the necessary understandings with the Americans had already been reached when the embargo was placed. As soon as the idea of an independent Australian deployment had been raised within Army High Command, General Wilton began assessing where this operation should take place. Several foundational criteria had been established. First, the area should have substantial enemy activity and be of enough strategic value that there could be no question that Australia was not pulling its weight. Secondly, to avoid potential international escalation, the Australian area of responsibility should not come into contact with a major international border, such as with Cambodia, Laos, or the demilitarised zone. Thirdly, the area should be geographically distinct, so Australia's national effort could be readily identified. And finally, that it should have good access to air and sea lanes, meaning proximity to coastal areas and major air bases. These criteria did limit the possibilities somewhat, although in truth suitable locations could be found all over South Vietnam. But it was the disposition of enemy and American forces that made the south of the country an attractive choice for General Wilton. The character of the war was quite different between the northern and southern sectors of the theatre. At this time, there were still large areas where communist forces had gained local control and had not yet been challenged, and larger units were moving south from North Vietnam. The initial objective of General Westmoreland's second phase of the campaign was to spread the Allied military footprint across South Vietnam and challenge these relatively uncontested areas. In the south, around Saigon, the primary threat was the Viet Cong, both in the form of local guerrilla forces and larger main force units that were operating in battalion or regimental strength. Across much of the southern sector of the theatre, the VC had achieved a very high level of local control and effectively governed many rural areas, some of which had not seen South Vietnamese forces for years. However, in the northern sector, the primary threat was quickly becoming the North Vietnamese Army. Around the DMZ, American forces were fighting much more of a conventional campaign. Thus, General Westmoreland had deployed his forces differently in these different areas. In the north, US formations operated as large formations, typically in division-sized units, organisations large enough to take on the NVA divisions that were now beginning to infiltrate along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. This meant maintaining a relatively small footprint but conducting mobile operations. In the south, where the primary enemy was the Viet Cong, American forces were operating across a much wider area in smaller units, typically brigades. Finally, the general was in the process of creating a strong, centrally located operational reserve that could be rapidly deployed anywhere in South Vietnam. Thus, it quickly became clear that the most appropriate area for an Australian brigade was in the south. General Wilton met with General Westmoreland to discuss operations for an Australian area of responsibility. The American commander initially suggested 3 options. Bien Hoa, where 1 RAR had deployed with the 173rd Airborne Brigade, Phan Rang in central South Vietnam, or the Mekong Delta. Bien Hoa was well known to the Australians, but Wilton was concerned that if deployed there, the brigade would simply be absorbed into an American division, as Westmoreland planned to deploy a 2nd Brigade to this area. It was also cramped by the massive airfield complex. Phan Rang was a coastal city and had a good harbour, but had very little enemy activity and was not considered of enough strategic significance. There was a growing insurgency in the Mekong Delta, but the flat and marshy terrain here was considered unsuitable. Not only would this waste the Australian Army's expertise in jungle warfare, The Australian forces lacked the specialised equipment to operate there effectively, such as riverboats. After concluding that none of these options were appropriate, Westmoreland proposed a fourth alternative, Phuoc Toi Province. Of all of the proposed areas of operations, Phuoc Toi was undeniably the most dangerous. The province was part of the strategically vital Saigon area. Prior to the intervention of large-scale Western ground forces, the Viet Cong had been in the process of laying siege to Saigon, the South Vietnamese capital and centre of gravity. Dominating the rural areas surrounding the city had been a key communist objective, and the VC had expended a vast amount of men and materiel in achieving that objective. Phuoc Toi contained the coastal city of Vung Tau, one of Saigon's main ports, which was connected to the city by the 100-kilometre long Route 15. Thus, for any successful siege of Saigon to be implemented, the Viet Cong would have to dominate Phuoc Toi and isolate the city from this major port, which served as a primary line of communication to South Vietnam's allies and for large-scale maritime commerce. Therefore, communist activity in Phuoc Toi was far greater than any of the other options. In mid-1965, the Viet Cong had achieved control of the entire province, with the lone exception of its capital city, Ba Ria. This region was of vital strategic importance to the South Vietnamese government, not only because of how substantial the communist presence was, but its proximity to the capital and the prospect of Saigon's isolation. Thus, in this area, the Australians could expect to face the toughest resistance and the most combat, as the communist forces would certainly react to any Allied counteroffensive in this strategically vital region. Nevertheless, and despite the prospect of some very tough fighting in Phuoc Toi, in virtually every other way, it perfectly suited the Australian requirements. The province was large enough to support the operations of a brigade group and was geographically distinct, allowing the Australian task force to justify a nearly fully independent command. Its terrain was composed of low hills and jungle, interspersed by small villages, a nearly perfect operational environment for the Australian Army to apply its unique strengths in both counterinsurgency and jungle warfare. And, critically, with its location on the coast, the Australian force could be supplied purely by national assets if required. This was of greatest importance in the contingency of a general defeat. If things went really badly in Vietnam, and Western forces were forced to withdraw in a hurry, Generals Mackay and Wilton felt much more confident if the task force could be rapidly evacuated by the RAN and RAAF alone. As much as all of the Australian High Command trusted their American allies, in the event of a worst-case scenario, no one expected Washington to prioritise the evacuation of Australian forces over their own. Thus, having access to a good port was another major boon. As early as mid-1965, when it was clear that large American and Allied forces were being deployed to Vietnam, including a whole division from the Republic of Korea, General Wilton requested that Phuoc Toi be carved out for a future Australian task force. Back in Australia, the planning for the deployment was badly hobbled by politics. As previously mentioned, the Menzies government was initially highly resistant to the idea of the deployment of a second battalion, especially as the 1966 British Defence Review had the potential to be a revolutionary moment in Australian grand strategy, possibly leaving the defence of Malaysia and Singapore to Australia alone. But the political climate in Australia rapidly changed. The Menzies government fell to internal revolt. Many members of cabinet, including the Prime Minister, resigned. A new government was formed under the leadership of the former Treasurer, Harold Holt. The new government faced a challenging situation in Vietnam. Although the intervention of American forces had prevented immediate defeat, the North Vietnamese were now substantially escalating their direct involvement in the war. The estimated monthly infiltration of North Vietnamese regulars had risen from 1,000 in 1965 to 4,500 in January 1966, and was only continuing to increase. The rapid development of roads in the mountainous regions of Laos now allowed a whole NVA regiment to move from North to South Vietnam in just 2 months. In 1964, only one North Vietnamese Army regiment had been detected in South Vietnam, although this may have been an element of a division. Nonetheless, by early 1966, Allied intelligence estimated a total of 9 full-strength North Vietnamese regiments, composing 3 divisions, or, in other words, a corps. This was soon expected to reach a total of 4 divisions. In January 1966, only 10% of the territory of South Vietnam, mostly the large cities, and 46% of the population were actually under South Vietnamese governmental control. The rest were effectively being governed by the Viet Cong. To meet the combined threat of the Viet Cong and a growing NVA presence in the south, the United States was rapidly expanding its wider footprint from 240,000 personnel in early 1966 to over 400,000, including additional contributions from allies. Another specific request made by General Westmoreland was for the deployment of Australian Special Forces, specifically a Special Air Service Squadron. The General complained that in all of the units under his command in Vietnam, he lacked any that were specifically trained in medium-range, persistent reconnaissance, and the Special Air Service's reputation had preceded it. This deteriorating situation and the increasing pressure from Washington finally changed the political calculus in Canberra. For 2 weeks during February of 1966, Cabinet debated the extremely significant deployment. All agreed that the war would be a very protracted one. It would take years for Allied forces to extend control over all of South Vietnam, and even if the Viet Cong were defeated, that would not stop the intervention of the NVA. Thus, any brigade-level deployment would have to be made indefinitely. But the risks of allowing South Vietnam to be defeated and abandoning one of Australia's most important security partners in the process were seen to be far too great to ignore. Thus, on the 2nd of March 1966, the fateful decision was made. At the completion of one RAR's tour of duty with the 173rd Brigade, the Australian commitment to Vietnam would be increased to an independent task force, which would operate in Phuoc Toi province. This force would be composed of 2 infantry battalions, a Special Air Service Squadron, an artillery regiment, an armoured personnel carrier squadron, and various brigade-level logistic and support units, such as supply and medical companies. The task force would also absorb all other Australian units already in the theatre, including the Australian Army Training Team. Its approximate strength would be 4,500 personnel. This decision was announced to the nation on the 8th of March 1966. As soon as the now named Operation Hardihood was initiated, Lieutenant General Wilton, the Chief of the General Staff, departed Australia to confer with Generals Westmoreland and Cao Van Vien, the South Vietnamese Army's chief. In a very productive set of meetings, the 3 men hashed out the command arrangements. The 1st Australian Task Force would be commanded by a 1-star officer, Brigadier Jackson, during the first tour of duty. However, all Australian forces in Vietnam would be under the command of a Major General of 2-star rank, who would then operate under Westmoreland's direct command. This post would be filled by Major General Mackay. Generals Westmoreland and Cao Van Vien agreed with this arrangement, and again Phuoc Toi province was confirmed as Australia's tactical area of responsibility. With these agreements reached, Generals Wilton and Mackay examined Phuoc Toi province for a good base location. Both had flown over it in prior visits to Vietnam, and a small group of Australian officers had tried to reconnoitre the area on foot but were turned back by a heavy enemy presence. There were several major requirements that any Australian base area had to meet. Firstly, it had to be in a position which would place the task force between the major enemy concentrations and the local population centres. Secondly, it had to be physically large enough to allow for the construction of an airfield, a maintenance area, and accommodation for as many as 10,000 personnel. This area had to be free from flooding during the monsoon season. It also had to be defensible, especially allowing for the heavy use of artillery and automatic weapons as opposed to large numbers of infantry. Thus, it required good fields of fire and enough space to allow manoeuvre formations to actually move and fight if a large-scale battle at the base occurred. Finally, it had to be located close enough to the major ports to minimise the number of forces that would be allocated to line of communication defence. As designated task force commander, Brigadier Jackson had already spent much time getting to know the ground in Phuoc Toi, and he had concluded that the area surrounding the Nui Dat feature was most appropriate. Nui Dat, which literally translates to soil hill, is a small, steep rise that dominates the flat plains below. Its prominence is approximately 50 metres. This provided a potential base with good artillery observation, and its location within the province was only 15 kilometres from the major port at Vung Tau. Nui Dat sat right on the ground line of communication in the province, the strategically vital Route 2. Finally, although there were a few small hamlets in the area, the local population surrounding Nui Dat was small, which would allow for the heavy use of artillery and fire support if the base were to come under a major attack. General Wilton immediately saw the value in the Nui Dat area. General Westmoreland and the other American leadership, however, were surprised at the choice. They had expected the Australians to follow the American pattern and establish their base areas adjacent to the major population centres, and thus the provincial capital. But the Australian commanders were determined to dominate the entire province, not just the major population centres, and the central location of Nui Dat was far more suitable to achieving their objectives. Back in Australia, the task force began preparations for deployment. 5 RAR and 6 RAR, the two battalions selected for deployment to Vietnam, underwent an intense jungle warfare training program. Most of the personnel manning both of these formations were relatively new and included a number of national servicemen. Although all had been through initial training and were essentially competent, they had not worked together. Thus, the battalion commanders were given 3 months to weld these units into cohesive teams that were ready to deploy and fight. The training paradigms had been heavily influenced by the now extensive Australian experience in Vietnam. Many of the most experienced men rotated back through the Jungle Warfare School, a practice which had been initiated during the Second World War. During February of 1966, each company rotated through a 3-week-long course at the Jungle Training Centre in Canungra, Queensland. This course consisted of refresher training in individual jungle warfare techniques, such as movement and other soldiering skills. The second week consisted of section and platoon level tactics. The program culminated with a week-long company-level jungle warfare exercise, which included a live enemy and fully constructed Vietnamese villages, complete with tunnel complexes which had to be cleared. For many of the men, this was the first time they had even seen the jungle. Robert O'Neill, the 5 RAR unit historian, later remarked that the first week was worse than our whole year put together in Vietnam. It was April 3rd, 1966, when the first members of the 1st Australian Task Force landed in Phuoc Toi. An engineer party departed Mascot Airport bound for Vietnam. This small group was the vanguard of the whole brigade. On the 19th and 20th, Her Majesty's Australian ships Sydney, John Monash and Vernon Sturdy departed Australia, filled to the brim with one company of 5 RAR and hundreds of tons of materiel. Over the next 2 months, this little flotilla and dozens of military and civilian flights moved back and forth between Australia and Vietnam, and by the 23rd of June, the final elements of the brigade departed the port of Vung Tau to complete the occupation of Nui Dat. The province the Australians were deploying into was once described by a French colonial administrator as one of the most picturesque in Vietnam. Roughly rectangular in shape, the borders of Phuoc Toi extended for 60 kilometres from east to west and 30 kilometres from north to south. Sandwiched between the mountainous terrains of central South Vietnam and the open plains of the Mekong Delta, Phuoc Toi was a relatively flat area, broken in parts by small rocky hills, the largest of which lay in the southwest of the province. The 4 main rivers flow from north to south, where they meet the sandy shores of the South China Sea. The province contains relatively little area suitable for rice cultivation, and thus its population was comparatively small. In 1968, it was 104,000. The primary industries were rice cultivation, fishing along the coast, and rubber. The jungle in this area was thick, but less so than the Australians had encountered in Malaya or Borneo. The vegetation was thin enough that heavy vehicles, such as armour, could be employed. Helicopter landing zones were also relatively abundant. Nevertheless, the vegetation was still thick enough that 2 opposing formations would be concealed from one another until they were right on top of each other. During the First Indochina War, the Viet Minh maintained a force of 4 battalions in the Phuoc Toi Bien Hoa area, and although the French launched several battalion-level operations in the province, they simply could not extend their control beyond the major population centres. The countryside remained squarely in communist hands, and movement along the roads led to numerous large-scale vehicle ambushes. In the countryside, the local people remained fiercely resentful of any foreign presence. The revolutionary movement had a long and proud history in Phuoc Toi. It was the martyrdom of Vo Thi Sao that, perhaps, best exemplifies this spirit and tradition. A young peasant girl who hailed from the village of Long Dien, at the age of 14, Vo Thi Sao founded an insurgent group called the City Rangers. Operating out of the village of Dat Do in Phuoc Toi, the City Rangers conducted numerous assassinations of French officials and collaborators. The young woman was captured by the French authorities in 1950 and eventually executed. Sao's martyrdom propelled her to join the nationalist pantheon of Vietnamese heroines. Although she was a household name in North Vietnam, nowhere was she revered more than in Phuoc Toi. Thus, many people of the province were positively disposed to the revolutionary communist movement and the shadow government which was being advanced by the Viet Cong. However, in the first half of the 1960s, the local communist networks were being badly disrupted by the South Vietnamese government. As part of a national program designed to thwart the growing insurgency, the government began building a number of strategic hamlets throughout the province. Akin to a medieval town, these small villages were surrounded by a moat, fortifications, and barbed wire or sharpened bamboo palisades. Each was guarded by at least one platoon of infantry or regional defense soldiers. Their objective was to isolate the local people from the Viet Cong, and thus deny them their primary support base. By 1963, 132 of these hamlets had been constructed in Phuoc Toi alone, primarily along the main ground lines of communication. Communist historians note the dramatic effect these new government policies had upon the revolutionary movement. By 1962, 70% of villagers were now living in these strategic hamlets and working in the large rubber plantations. This had made the typical operations of insurgency increasingly difficult. The district Viet Cong forces, which operated within the province, now had a dramatically reduced radius of action. Numerous Communist Party cells could no longer remain with the local people, and food supplies and communications between the various Viet Cong forces were also significantly disrupted. The people had been very effectively separated from the communist insurgents, choking off their primary local base of support. In response, Viet Cong headquarters, known to the Allies as the Central Office for South Vietnam, issued the following orders to all communist forces in the south, including Phuoc Toi. The primary strategic objective of this new counteroffensive was the destruction of these strategic hamlets in order to reimpose communist de facto rule of the regional areas. In order to achieve this aim, new forces and infrastructure had to be developed. In order to support large unit operations, substantial basing infrastructure had to be constructed across the country, including extensive tunnel networks. These would provide the Viet Cong with logistical bases to store food, ammunition and materiel, and safe rest areas deep within the borders of South Vietnam. Once this basing infrastructure was complete, the Viet Cong field forces would be restructured. 3 different categories of communist field formations and forces had to be generated and deployed. The first tier were main force units. These were large formations designed to engage free world forces in more or less conventional battles. Arranged in battalions, regiments, and divisions, these main force units deployed a similar order of battle to standard North Vietnamese army formations, complete with large allocations of crew-served weapons such as machine guns and mortars. In fact, many of these units were manned by North Vietnamese personnel, and thus can be thought of as an extension of the regular North Vietnamese army. These formations deployed across a large operational footprint, moving between different provinces depending upon the wider operational environment. The lowest tier of Viet Cong forces were the local guerrillas. These are what most people think of when they hear the term Viet Cong. The iconic insurgent, lightly armed local men wearing civilian clothes and employing classic hit-and-run tactics. Guerrillas were designed to sow confusion and disruption, aiming to corrode morale as opposed to decisively defeating government forces. Finally, there were the provincial forces. These Tier 2 units sat somewhere in between main force units and guerrillas. Manned by locals and generally less well-armed, trained and organised than the main force units, the provincial forces still operated in larger formations than the guerrillas, typically in company to battalion strength. Although arguably less formidable than main force units, local battalions were still capable of engaging South Vietnamese Army or Western forces in more or less conventional engagements. These provincial battalions were still armed with crew-served weapons such as general-purpose machine guns and mortars. It was early 1963 when these forces had been raised and the local infrastructure to support them had been developed, allowing the counteroffensive to commence. The fight to take these heavily fortified villages was often vicious. Even the rather optimistic communist historians note the heavy casualties which were sustained by both sides. Nevertheless, as the VC massed their forces in unexpected locations, the more exposed hamlets began to fall. The situation in Phuoc Toi deteriorated substantially when President Diem was assassinated, leading to significant political turmoil and a lack of focus and attention within South Vietnamese Army Command. Several months into the counteroffensive, the newly established main force units were deployed to Phuoc Toi to aid the local forces, which decisively shifted the balance of forces in favour of the Viet Cong. With the intervention of these large, heavily armed and well-trained units, the South Vietnamese Army was forced onto the defensive, and over the next 8 months, this system of fortified villages was systematically levelled. By early 1964, the Viet Cong could rightfully claim to have decisively defeated the strategic hamlet system, and by the end of the year, nearly all of the province was back in communist hands. With the destruction of the strategic hamlets, the communist forces began working on establishing more secure lines of communication into the area, a key prerequisite for any successful siege of Saigon. Major underground base areas, some of which included massive tunnel complexes which had been used during the war with the French, were developed or reactivated.
These were primarily located in the Hat Ditch base area, the May Tower Mountains, the Tan Long Zone, and the villages of Long Tan and Long Phuoc, where tunnel systems already existed. With the strategic hamlets destroyed, Viet Cong forces were able to establish lines of communication with other communist strongholds, including an area called War Zone D by American command. Additionally, a maritime line of communication was established with North Vietnam. At Loc An, a deserted estuary, local communist forces aimed to establish a clandestine port. The first shipment arrived from North Vietnam on a 100-ton fishing vessel, which, unfortunately, ran aground. Although it was later discovered by government forces, its large cache of weapons and ammunition was effectively removed and used by the Viet Cong in the subsequent Battle of Bin Gia. Although capable of delivering large amounts of supplies, the dangers of using this sea route meant that it was only employed sporadically. In 1962, the Ba Ria Province Committee, the communist name for Phuoc Toi, established the first provincial force unit. Young men were mobilized from many rural villages and sent to base areas across South Vietnam for training. The first local company, C445, became operational in 1963. 120 men strong and composed of 3 platoons, this formation began small-scale offensive operations later that year, targeting the strategic hamlets with platoon-to-section strength ambushes and attacks. Later on that year, 3 more companies were deployed, and all fought alongside the main force units in the victorious Bin Gia campaign. On the 19th of May 1965, Ho Chi Minh's birthday, these 4 companies concentrated at Long Tan village. There, standing at attention before their new commanding officer, these 4 companies formed a new formation, the Provincial Mobile Unit D445 Battalion, which was also known as the Ba Ria Battalion. Under the command of Captain Nguyen Van Kim, a local man and a 20-year veteran of the First Indochina War, the battalion was based in the Tan Ria area. This unit would be the Australians' primary adversary during the long campaign in Phuoc Toi. As the 1965 counteroffensive continued, numerous Viet Cong main force units were also raised. The 274th Regiment was activated and deployed to the northern area of the province. It had been formed by the inclusion of 2 experienced battalions and support units such as engineers and logistics. Within months, it would be joined by the 275th Regiment, which was deployed to the neighbouring province. On the 23rd of November 1965, these 2 formations were grouped together to form the 5th Viet Cong Division. The division's orders were to operate in the Bien Hoa Phuoc Toi Long Can zone. Its primary objective was to counter any major South Vietnamese offensive and interdict ground lines of communication such as the major highways, including routes 1 and 5, thereby isolating Saigon from the port of Vung Tau. This was part of a much larger offensive designed to isolate and eventually capture the Vietnamese capital. In total, communist forces in the Phuoc Toi area, including southern Bien Hoa, amounted to 5 battalions and numerous guerrilla units. The primary strength rested in the 2 main force regiments, which had an estimated establishment of 2,000 and 1,850 personnel respectively. To these infantry-heavy formations were added the 550 men of the D445 Battalion and the approximately 400 guerrillas which operated in units ranging in size from 5 to 50 men. With the effective deployment of these very significant, well-trained and heavily armed communist forces, government control of Phuoc Toi began to completely evaporate. Much like the French a decade earlier, with so much ground to cover, the South Vietnamese army could only spare a single battalion of regular troops for operations in the province. These were supported by a regional force company and popular force platoons which guarded the strategic hamlets. These second-rate formations were, however, of dubious value. Not only were these units poorly trained and led, but many had been raised from the same villages as the Viet Cong, and indeed even from the same families. They rarely left their fortified positions, and when faced with concerted and well-executed Viet Cong attacks, often put up little resistance. Regular South Vietnamese forces fared little better. On the 11th of November 1965, an elite battalion of the South Vietnamese Army, the 52nd Ranger Battalion, was badly defeated near Bin Gia. As it entered the province, the battalion was ambushed by the massed forces of the 275th Regiment. In the ensuing battle, the battalion was so badly mauled that it was effectively destroyed as a fighting force. After this episode, the South Vietnamese army effectively ceded the province to the Viet Cong. By 1966, the government only had control of the major city of Ba Ria and a small strip along the road to the port of Vung Tau. Any movement beyond this zone would reliably precipitate a large-scale Viet Cong ambush. Outside of this area, which included major villages, the communists effectively ruled, collecting taxes and imposing their own judicial system. It was into this extremely hostile environment that the Australian Task Force was about to deploy. Australian intelligence was reasonably well aware of the disastrous situation in Phuoc Toi. Early intelligence assessments indicate that Australian Command understood how well the Communist forces were entrenched in the area, but still viewed the situation with cautious optimism. One assessment noted, "Generally speaking, the attitude of the people in Phuoc Toi province is neutral. One VC with a grenade can control an entire hamlet. Friendly forces expect little support from the people until they are convinced that lasting security can be expected against the VC. Population has experienced reprisals from the VC for previously lending assistance to friendly forces." It was these local people that the Australian Task Force would aim to deny to the Viet Cong by first and foremost inserting itself between them. With the arrival of the task force in Vietnam, the question of command had to be addressed. Although the task force was intended to operate independently, its activities had to be congruent with a wider operational and strategic approach, and thus it had to be embedded within a wider Allied command structure. Nevertheless, considering the task force contained a small element of New Zealand personnel, there were 4 competing national interests at stake, all of which had to be balanced. Placing it under Vietnamese command was completely unacceptable to the Australian government, and thus the only choice was an American headquarters. It was decided that the 1st Australian Task Force would be placed under the command of the 2nd Field Force, a corps-level headquarters located at Bien Hoa. This arrangement meant that neither Canberra nor the highest-ranking Australian officer in the theatre, Commander Australian Forces Vietnam, could issue operational orders to the task force directly. Nonetheless, the Australians still wished to preserve as much independence in Phuoc Toi as possible, and thus an arrangement had to be made with General Westmoreland. As was typical of his dealings with the Australians, Westmoreland showed great patience and flexibility. He understood the Australian desire for independence and would do his best to accommodate it. In addition, American forces would be responsible for providing the task force with increased firepower and mobility, including close air support. This was essential in the event that the Australians came into contact with North Vietnamese or Viet Cong main force units, which were likely to significantly outnumber them. The deployment of the Australian task force to Nui Dat was an operation that required care. Small elements could not simply be flown in piecemeal. As the base could not simply be established in an area already controlled by friendly forces, it literally had to be physically seized from the enemy which dominated the province. The operation itself had 3 phases. Phase 1 was the establishment of a logistical base on the Vung Tau Peninsula, an area controlled by the government. Here, men and materiel could be shipped directly from Australia. Once the majority of the force was established at Vung Tau, Phase 2 entailed the clearing of the Nui Dat area, which was then followed by Phase 3, the establishment of the base. The first flights from Richmond Air Force Base arrived at Saigon on the 20th of April 1966. Within a week, these flights were arriving on alternate days, supplemented by numerous civilian charters. On the morning of the 4th of May, the mighty HMAS Sydney was anchored off Vung Tau, her decks packed with stores, equipment and helicopters. All of this was unloaded within 24 hours, and she departed back to Australia to make another run. Sydney was accompanied by 4 smaller vessels, the landing ships AS John Monash and AV Vernon Sturdy, and the civilian cargo vessels MV Booneroo and MV Jeparit. By the 13th, 5 RAR was complete in Vung Tau, along with several subsidiary units. 5 RAR's deployment was timed to give it approximately 1 month to acclimatise before the arrival of 6 RAR and the initiation of offensive operations. At this time, 1 RAR was still in Vietnam. It was located at the Bien Hoa Air Base and kept at a high state of readiness just in case the Viet Cong launched a spoiling attack on the task force. 6 RAR's vanguard arrived in Saigon by air on the 23rd of May and moved to the Bien Hoa base. There, they took possession of a large store of equipment which was being left behind by their sister battalion, which included 100 personnel. These officers, NCOs and soldiers still had 6 months left on their year-long tour of duty, and the inclusion of these veterans would be of great benefit to the fresh battalion. This element then moved back to Saigon and was moved by ship to Vung Tau, where it awaited the remainder of the battalion. At this point, 1 RAR happily departed Vietnam, bound for the shores of the Great Southern Land. By the 9th of June 1966, the whole task force was assembled at Vung Tau. Its strength at that time was 3,450 Army and 180 RAAF personnel. Despite the lack of enemy contact, the 2 months at Vung Tau were hardly a holiday for the Australians. They had arrived in southern Vietnam during the hottest, most uncomfortable time of year, the period prior to the arrival of the monsoon. The base area had been used by several different American units as transitory camps, and they had left mountains of trash. One Australian officer remembered that their tents lay between towering sand dunes of glittering beer cans. Although some initial training exercises were conducted, including cordon and sweep operations, the men were anxious to move to Nui Dat and begin their mission. The first step in installing the Nui Dat base was the establishment of a free fire zone. This area, called Line Alpha, stretched for 4,000 metres around the base. This area was to be cleared of all civilians. Australian Command requested that the province chief relocate all civilians from this area, which was done at Australia's expense. New villages were to be constructed for these people in other, safer locations within the province. This was a very different practice to US forces, which typically placed their base areas right next to major population centres, and often allowed shanty towns of small shops, bars and brothels to pop up outside the base perimeter. But the reasonably small Australian task force wanted a cleared area where they could employ all of their weapons freely, including the heavy use of artillery, without any fear of killing civilians. This would make the defence of the base easier, and allow patrols within this area to engage anyone they came across. This also prevented the VC from employing a well-known tactic of launching a mortar bombardment from within neighbouring villages. There were two major villages which had to be cleared and resettled, Long Tan and Long Phuoc. These operations were undertaken by the American 1st Infantry Division during Operation Airborne, the abortive attempt to locate and destroy the 5th Viet Cong Division. The occupation of Nui Dat began on the 17th of May. Two battalions of the 173rd Airborne Brigade, the 1st and 2nd of the 503rd Infantry Regiment, landed at Nui Dat by helicopter and began clearing operations. They were soon joined by 5 RAR. The local communist forces reacted violently to the operation. For example, on the first day of the offensive, one company of the 1st Battalion, 503rd, lost 12 killed and 35 wounded in a major clash with a Viet Cong company. This enemy force had employed crew-served weapons such as grenade launchers and 60mm mortars. 16 VC were confirmed killed in action. By far the toughest task in establishing Line Alpha was the clearing of the village of Long Phuoc. This had long been a centre of resistance in the province, dating back to the First Indochina War. Much of the D445 battalion had been recruited from the village, leaving families and friends there. Long Phuoc was heavily fortified. Again, a remnant of the war with the French, under the village ran an extensive network of tunnels and bunkers. This complex proved to be very extensive and formidable. All of the bunkers were connected by tunnels, and the tunnels themselves ran underneath houses and would often terminate under roads or out in the surrounding jungle. This gave the VC a complex of fortified fighting positions with interlocking fields of fire, all of which were connected by underground passageways. Additionally, the tunnels themselves allowed the VC to move rapidly around the village, flanking enemy forces from unforeseen areas. The battle for Long Phuoc began on the 19th of May. As they cleared the village with the aid of the 3rd Battalion, 10th Army of the Republic of Vietnam Division, the American paratroopers ran into stiff resistance. Two companies of the D445 Battalion fought desperately to hold it, and most of the fighting centred on a tunnel and bunker complex to the north of the town. Another VC company was thought to be trapped beneath the village. American losses were heavy. The operation had cost them 19 killed and 75 wounded. It took nearly a week to clear Long Phuoc. By the 24th, the village had been levelled, and its 3,000 inhabitants were being moved to nearby Hoa Long, Dat Do, or Long Dien. As this battle was raging, 5 RAR was flown into Nui Dat. It was met there by the 2nd Battalion of the 503rd Regiment, the 1st Armoured Personnel Carrier Squadron, and 2 batteries of artillery, the Australian 105 Field Battery and 161 Field Battery of the Royal Regiment New Zealand Artillery. With these units in support, 5 RAR began clearing operations to the north of the base area. They landed in stifling heat. In fact, many remembered it as the hottest day experienced throughout their time in Vietnam. The 4 rifle companies had each been allocated a sector, and as they moved through the dense and confusing jungle, 2 Australian elements fired on one another, leaving 1 man seriously wounded. Private Errol Nowak, a national serviceman, died of his wounds that day. It was an inauspicious start for the task force. Not only was someone killed on the first day of operations, but he was a conscript, a young man who had died at the end of an Australian rifle. This incident immediately caused a political storm in Canberra, but despite the reaction at home, it proved to be an outlier. By the end of the month, 5 RAR had successfully cleared its area of responsibility and returned back to Nui Dat. They spent the next week heavily patrolling Line Alpha, coming into daily contact with a force of approximately 90 guerrillas. For the men on the ground, this was the most anxious time. It was now, before the base had been well established and heavily fortified, that they were the most vulnerable to a massed counterattack by a main force unit. But luckily for the task force, the 5th VC Division was not in the area. 6 RAR and the remainder of the brigade departed Vung Tau on the 5th of June. Led by the APCs, the heavily armed convoy rumbled down the road to Nui Dat. As they passed through the village of Bingia, largely populated by Catholic refugees who had fled the north, they were welcomed by a banner that read, "Yanks, Aussies, New Zealanders, you're great. Thanks." The convoy arrived at Nui Dat on the 5th of June, at which point Task Force headquarters formally took command, ending a long, close, and highly valued relationship with the 173rd Airborne Brigade. With the task force now essentially established, the entire focus shifted to force protection. Although some fortifications had been established, until the base had been completely constructed, the task force was vulnerable to a large-scale counterattack. Adding to this anxiety were several intelligence reports indicating that the VC were planning just such a large-scale attack in Phuoc Toi. Every rainy night across the first week of June, enemy activity could be heard beyond the wire on the base perimeter. 5 RAR concluded that the VC were trying to establish the nature of the Australian fortifications, including the machine gun and artillery positions, so the Australians held their fire. On the 10th, radio intercepts indicated that the 274th Regiment was approaching Nui Dat down Route 2. Heavy artillery fire was brought to bear on this position, but no bodies were found. However, in a stroke of good luck, the diggers discovered the diary of the regiment's second-in-command, Colonel Nguyen Nam Hung. This revealed that the unit had intended to attack Nui Dat, but after shooting down a light aircraft, had decided to ambush any potential rescue party instead. In response to these events, Brigadier Jackson was determined to keep any large enemy force away from the base perimeter. The primary way he aimed to achieve this was through the application of offensive infantry patrols. All armies use patrolling to some degree, usually as a tool of reconnaissance. However, the infantry patrol is absolutely foundational to the Australian Army's doctrine. A patrol is employed to not only determine the whereabouts of enemy formations, but as both a primary offensive and defensive tactic. Australian units employ patrols primarily to disrupt the enemy. When in close proximity to an Australian force, the enemy can never be sure when or where they will be engaged. In the trenches of the First World War, rather than simply waiting for a massed set-piece attack, Australian units would routinely venture out into no man's land, launching nightly trench raids, often on a large scale. Although this activity was not designed to take the German trenches opposite them, it did have an extremely corrosive impact on enemy morale. In the jungles of New Guinea, Japanese forces were constantly engaged by platoon to company-sized Australian elements, falling into ambushes and meeting engagements. These often occurred behind the primary Japanese positions. Japanese diaries note the tremendous strain this activity placed upon the men, as they were never sure when or where they were going to have to fight. By relying on patrol activity so much, the Australian force also aims to dominate no man's land, or the area beyond their fortified line or trench network. This has the effect of limiting your enemy's patrol activity, which denies them critical information, while simultaneously giving that information to you. All of this activity meant that when the major Australian attack came, it often did so against a fatally weakened enemy. The disruptive impact of this patrol activity was only amplified once artillery was effectively integrated with these small units. If a platoon came upon an enemy company or battalion, it could severely disrupt its operations by bringing heavy indirect fire to bear, giving the small unit a disproportionate amount of combat power and effect. This doctrinal concept was not an easy one to apply, however. For this heavy use of patrolling to work effectively, the quality of the small units needed to be high. Companies and platoons needed to have their basic tactics honed to a very high state of competency, and junior officers needed to demonstrate a high level of initiative and independence. For a military that emphasized mass over small unit maneuver, such as the Soviet Army, an organization that tended to focus on large units such as divisions, the use of patrolling in an analogous way was simply not realistically possible. Thus, with the task force base now threatened, Jackson leaned heavily on patrolling to keep his center of gravity safe. He aimed to dominate Line Alpha with heavy patrol activity, ensuring that no enemy force could come within 4,000 metres without being engaged. At any point between the 15th to the 20th of June, fully half of the brigade's infantry resources were deployed on patrol, a full battalion's worth. During this period, both battalions were required to provide 4 daily patrols and 2 nightly ambush forces, and a patrol conducted within Line Alpha was rarely made in anything less than platoon strength. From the 21st to the 28th of June, the task force deployed between 16 to 18 platoon to company strength patrols for every 24-hour period. This tempo of activity was very hard on the men, nearly all of whom had only just arrived in Vietnam. Just as in the war with Japan, the constant threat of death from behind the impenetrable screen of green frayed the men's nerves, but this relentless activity allowed both battalions to continually operate in real combat conditions, greatly improving their efficiency and capability in the process. This activity is an excellent example of the use of the patrol as a defensive tactic. By having so much of his infantry beyond the wire at any one time, Jackson could dominate the whole area of Line Alpha without physically controlling any of it, and in the process prevent any large enemy units from approaching the base. On the 5th of July, 6 RAR completely destroyed the tunnel system under Long Phuoc, razing the village to the ground in the process. With this potential enemy base area destroyed, Task Force Command was satisfied that all enemy and civilian presence had been removed from Line Alpha. Nui Dat was, for the time being, secure. With the Australian force now established in Phuoc Toi and its rear protected by a large and heavily fortified base, Brigadier Jackson could begin focusing on his ultimate objective, the pacification of the province. The Australians would employ their own methods to do so, a doctrine which had been heavily influenced by French and British experience and their own time in Malaya. However, unlike the Americans, who could rapidly bring overwhelming force to bear on any VC main force unit, with only 2 battalions on hand and the presence of both regiments of the 5th Viet Cong Division in the area, formations that deployed approximately twice the amount of infantry, the Australians had to be careful. The prospect of an Australian unit being caught by a large enemy force, the VC's ubiquitous annihilation ambush, was an ever-present danger. Brigadier Jackson had 2 primary objectives. First, dominating the ground lines of communication, specifically Route 2, which led to Bin Ba, and the strategic Route 15, which connected the port of Vung Tau to Saigon. In essence, in addition to its proximity to the southern capital, it was the roads that made Phuoc Toi strategically vital, and why the communist forces had expended so much effort in dominating the province. His second objective was to locate the provincial battalion, D445, and bring it to battle. With its central base at Long Phuoc and Long Tan destroyed, the force was operating deep in the jungle, trying to re-establish a logistical network. If Jackson was to aggressively venture out into the far reaches of the province trying to locate it, he would unavoidably make himself vulnerable to a massed counterattack by the 2 Viet Cong regiments, which cast a long shadow over the entire area and the comparatively small Australian force. Nevertheless, by the end of June, only Line Alpha was effectively under Australian control. For the Australian commanders of the task force, extending that area of control would require a more careful, tactful approach to the aggressive operations that were typical of the Americans. Brigadier Jackson would rely upon methodical offensives and relentless patrol activity to deny an ever-increasing area of operations to the Viet Cong. The first phase in this operational plan was the clearing of major communist base areas in the province, as without this logistical infrastructure, such as large stockpiles of food and ammunition, significant VC formations would struggle to operate within Phuoc Toi. The first of these was a large, jungle-covered hill named Nui Dat, which lay just beyond Line Alpha. Operation Sydney was a battalion attack designed to take and thoroughly search the area. 5 RAR was allotted this task, while 6 RAR would remain responsible for base security. This practice of having one battalion deployed on offensive operations, whilst the other held the base, soon became common practice. The first objective of Operation Sydney was the establishment of a fire support base, codenamed Tennis. This was constructed within Line Alpha, meaning it could be covered by the artillery regiment there, but was close enough to the objective that 5 RAR would have sufficient indirect fire support. The 105mm pack howitzers of the 105 Field Battery were disassembled and transported to the firebase, inside the APCs. With these guns now operational, A, C and D companies departed Nui Dat, along with Battalion Headquarters, the Assault Pioneer Platoon and the Anti-Tank Platoon. They moved to their objective on foot, reaching the fire support base on the 6th. With B Company holding this position, the other manoeuvre units began the operation on July the 7th. Throughout the next week, 5 RAR painstakingly searched the area, with each company allocated a number of 1 kilometre squared sectors and provided ample time to conduct a search. These operations discovered several company-sized camps that had recently been in use, including tunnel complexes and field fortifications such as trenches. As this operation unfolded, numerous small-scale contacts with local VC elements occurred. These enemy units were heavily armed, but dressed in the iconic black pajamas that marked them out as local forces. At the culmination of the operation, it was clear that this feature had been used as a staging area by the D445 Battalion, and its destruction had made Nui Dat more secure. After this feature had been captured, the second phase of Operation Sydney was executed. 5 RAR moved on to its second phase objective, the village of Duc Mai. This town was the last major population centre still under Viet Cong control, and thus, if it could be cleared, communist forces would struggle to sustain large units in the area for extended periods of time. It had been 5 long years since any Western forces had been seen in the town, and for that time the Viet Cong ruled it, administering justice and collecting taxes. Allied intelligence assessed that approximately 20% of the villagers were active supporters of the Viet Cong, whilst the rest were only reluctantly complicit. In these villages, the communists were not afraid to employ violence in order to maintain control. Any semblance of local resistance was brutally dealt with. In 1965, when one of the village leaders refused to comply with the communist demand, he was dragged out from his bed and killed, his body displayed on the local sporting field for all to see. Any young men who defied conscription disappeared without a trace. 5 RAR's objective in searching Duc Mai was to separate the Viet Cong from these local people, providing enough security for the local government to effectively function. The battalion executed a cordon and search of the village, a type of operation that became ubiquitous throughout the Vietnam War. In a night action and covered by the sound of heavy rain, the massed forces of the battalion quietly assumed blocking positions around the town. At dawn, with the whole area surrounded, A, B, and D companies swept into the village, methodically searching houses and hamlets as they went. There were thought to be approximately 95 Viet Cong in the town itself. These men were completely caught off guard by the rapid Australian operation, and unlike the earlier offensive in Long Tan and Long Phuoc, 5 RAR did not meet organised resistance. Several minor contacts occurred as small groups of VC attempted to break through the surrounding cordon, or tried to hide in the tunnels. These were often followed by brave sappers who ventured underground in pursuit. Despite the skillfully executed operation, 5 RAR did not find extensive evidence of VC activity. Although no Australian casualties were suffered, enemy losses amounted to 3 killed, 2 wounded, and 1 prisoner. Captured material included 5 rifles, a grenade, a claymore mine, and a substantial cache of medical supplies. The prisoner revealed that he was a member of the 50th Platoon, which had a paper strength of 27 men. The rest of this force had simply melted back into the population. Operation Sydney was completed by the 22nd of July, and although major enemy forces had not been encountered, the Australian Task Force had established effective control over vital communist staging areas and its local support base. As 5 RAR were deployed on Operation Sydney, alarming intelligence reached Brigadier Jackson. Corps headquarters reported that a VC regiment had been detected in the Nui Dat Hills, just 13 kilometres from Nui Dat. Not only was this position dangerously close to the Australian base, it was perfectly positioned to direct fire on the strategically vital Route 15. Jackson reacted rapidly to this new threat. The entire body of 6 RAR was given orders to depart the base. They would be supported by an armoured personnel carrier squadron and the 6 guns of the 161 Field Battery, Royal New Zealand Artillery. The arrival of an additional 2 pack howitzers had brought the New Zealanders up to strength, and the battery now had effectively been paired with 6 RAR, which included the deployment of forward observers with the infantry companies. For base security, 5 RAR moved 2 rifle companies back to Nui Dat. In less than 24 hours, 6 RAR was massing in the foothills of the heavily forested Nui Dat Mountains. But when the Australians attacked and began to clear the area, they found absolutely nothing. The only contact they made was with a few boys aged between 6 and 11. The kids were given biscuits and chocolate and sent on their way. The battalion commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Townsend, concluded that the heavy use of air power prior to the deployment had alerted the enemy to the attack and allowed them to escape. As both battalions were on the offensive, work at Nui Dat continued at breakneck pace. The engineers of one field squadron worked tirelessly to turn the barren hill into a place thousands of men could live in something close to relative comfort. The lack of drainage and the daily monsoonal downpours turned the area into a mud pile. After the construction of the perimeter defences, the engineers needed to build roads, a rubbish dump, latrines, dry accommodation, and an airstrip. The men were astonished at how quickly the sappers worked. When looking at the construction of a drain, one officer remarked, "I remember looking at it and thought the sappers have got the drain going uphill. And, by God they knew their stuff, it worked." On July the 22nd, as living conditions at the base started to improve, the Australians received some welcome reinforcement. Escorted by 5 RAR, 6 M109 155mm self-propelled howitzers rolled into Nui Dat. These were the guns of Battery A, 2nd Battalion, 35th Artillery Regiment, United States Army. Commanded by Captain Gene Urey, the American guns had been allocated as permanent support for the Australian task force. This addition brought the 1st Field Regiment up to a very impressive 24 guns, 12 Australian 105mm howitzers of 103 and 105 batteries, 6 105s provided by the New Zealanders of 161 battery, and 6 long-range, heavy-hitting 155mm guns of Battery A, 2nd, 35th. With the culmination of Operation Sydney, Brigadier Jackson's attention returned to the major enemy formations that were still lurking in the area. He was concerned by reports that the 5th Viet Cong Division may have been reinforced by several battalions of the regular North Vietnamese Army. These enemy forces were certainly of the highest quality and capable of engaging his battalions conventionally, but so far these units remained elusive. The Special Air Service was slowly tracking down the D445 Battalion. Its patrols had encountered some small elements of Viet Cong, and on the 16th of July, a battalion-sized camp had been detected. A search of the area yielded a large stockpile of food, weapons, explosives, and ammunition. Jackson was anxious to bring this battalion to battle. With this intelligence in hand, he ordered 6 RAR to launch a battalion attack, a search and destroy operation in the general area to the northeast of the village of Long Tan, codenamed Objective Hobart. The attack was supported by 2 companies of 5 RAR to protect the rear of the battalion, the New Zealanders of 161 Battery, and an APC squadron. 6 RAR's companies entered the search area on the 25th of July. Colonel Townsend's plan for the operation included a pair of rifle companies setting up blocking positions on both flanks before a thorough search of the area was conducted by the massed forces of the battalion. It was 1:08 p.m. when C Company made contact with the enemy. The formation was moving through knee-high grass and clumps of bamboo when Corporal R.R. Pine detected 2 enemy soldiers watching the approaching Australians. Within moments, a sporadic battle erupted as C Company made contact with a force of approximately 40 enemy, supported by light machine guns and one 60mm mortar. These men were dressed in sundry combinations of black khaki and civilian clothes. Unlike previous encounters with the VC, this force stood and fought, and an increasingly severe firefight developed. With the engagement now heating up, C Company brought down a concentration of artillery. This fire was effective, although some rounds landed short, inflicting a number of casualties. Now facing overwhelming fire superiority, the Viet Cong tried to break contact. The Australians moved to flank the enemy force, which was now moving across their front, but accurate mortar fire inhibited this manoeuvre, allowing the enemy to successfully withdraw. During a 32-minute contact, 7 enemies were seen to be hit by rifle and machine gun fire. In exchange, C Company lost 2 men wounded. Just to the south, Major Ford had ordered B Company to halt in a bamboo thicket so the men could eat, but their meal was rudely interrupted by the thunderous sound of battle. The unit was approximately 1,300 metres from C Company, and with the enemy in such close proximity, Ford rapidly deployed his company for defence. Expecting the enemy to approach from the north, he arranged his 3 platoons in an arc, with 6 platoon on the right flank blocking the Bullock track, 4 platoon in the centre facing north, and 5 platoon on the left. This was a good defensive position, with the company's rear anchored by an open rice paddy field. The men had only just occupied these new positions when the enemy came charging down the track. Facing the onslaught were the men of 6 platoon, whose members were still busy digging foxholes when the sentries opened fire. The enemy reacted quickly, deploying across 6 platoon's front, and for 15 minutes an increasingly vicious firefight developed. B Company's position was situated in typical Vietnamese jungle, a nearly impenetrable screen that limited visibility to tens of metres. Thus, the enemy was heard rather than seen, the eerie bugle calls piercing through the din of battle. 6 platoon was subjected to intense enemy fire, including 3 general-purpose machine guns. The Australians returned the favour, opening up on the incoming enemy with every arm at their disposal. With his platoon engaged by a larger force of approximately company strength, the platoon commander, Lieutenant Harry Short, brought down a heavy artillery barrage across his front, bringing the contact to a close. For 20 minutes, a deafening silence befell the battlefield. As the Australian diggers sat nervously in their scratch foxholes, awaiting the next assault, for one excruciating minute after another, none came. With no contact across any of his positions, Major Ford assumed that the VC had withdrawn, and thus he ordered Lieutenant Short to clear his immediate front. As the men of 6th Platoon rose to their feet, they were greeted by a hail of close-range automatic fire. Within moments, 2 men were hit, Sergeant Butch Brady, who was standing next to the platoon commander, and Corporal Bob Walker. As opposed to withdrawing, the enemy had used the intermission to concentrate a large force against 6th Platoon, probably a company in strength. The forward elements had used the thick jungle to crawl right up to the forward fighting positions undetected. The platoon again returned the favour, pouring machine gun and rifle fire into the oncoming enemy. This time, the Viet Cong had emplaced a number of 60mm mortars, giving the communist force a significant level of indirect fire support. These crew-served weapons slowly walked their fire across the company's positions, guided at times by bugle calls. Although it may seem to be a rather antiquated method of command and control, the loud trumpets pierced the deafening noise of battle far more effectively than a raspy Australian voice. At one point, the enemy mortars located the company headquarters. A 60mm round landed in a tree right above the major. Miraculously, it failed to detonate. Many of the men were wounded by this fire. With the cover of the jungle and the mortar fire, the Viet Cong came on, rallying to the sound of the bugle, closing with 6 platoons fighting positions. But the Australians bravely held their ground and faced the onslaught. The action was later described by an embedded war correspondent who witnessed the battle firsthand. One Australian machine gun changed hands 4 times during the action as soldiers took over from their dying or badly wounded mates. On an M60 machine gun, Bob Vikukas, 20 of Townsville, took a bullet through the shoulder. His number 2 on the gun, 19-year-old Johnny Stevens of Melbourne, began putting field dressings on his mate. Blonde, happy-go-lucky Lance Corporal Jacket of Brisbane ran in and took over the gun. Then he gave it back to Stevens and began firing his own weapon. Stevens was hit in the legs and Jacket sprang onto the gun. Then, John Burns of East Perth moved in, too. Although the fire was intense, the soldiers, even those who were badly wounded, joked aloud. Bob Vikukas said, when he was hit the first time, "It's true, you know. You don't feel the bullet that hits you." He was then hit with a grenade. The cumulative effect of this fire was having a significant impact on the combat effectiveness of 6th Platoon. It had now suffered 10 casualties, including 2 killed, a full third of its strength, but still the men held. It was the devastating indirect fire support that effectively ended the battle, however. As the Viet Cong closed in on his positions, Lieutenant Short called in a sustained artillery bombardment to his front. The New Zealanders brought the fire to within 50 metres of 6th Platoon. Now suffering significant casualties and facing determined resistance, the Viet Cong eventually withdrew. The action had taken approximately 1 hour. Only 7 enemy dead were found, but the jungle was crisscrossed with blood trails. Lieutenant Colonel Townsend was pleased with the outcome of the battle. This was the first time any of his companies had endured a sustained contact with a significant enemy force, and in all, the men had met his expectations. The enemy was later determined to be a company of the D445 Battalion, the formation he had been tasked with locating. Australian officers concluded that the Viet Cong, too, had fought well. Major Ford remarked in his diary that the VC force reacted quickly to the contact and deployed competently. He noted that their small unit tactics, such as fire and manoeuvre, were good, and the enemy fought with bravery and determination. He was especially impressed by their use of automatic weapons and mortars. It seemed to the Major that every enemy soldier had an automatic weapon of some sort, and the entire company position had been systematically subjected to a 60mm mortar bombardment, which inflicted numerous casualties. But the battle had been won by a combination of the high fighting spirit of 6 RAR and the employment of combined arms tactics. The use of artillery was critical. The VC had attempted to avoid the crippling impact of the Allied indirect fire support by trying to get as close as possible to B Company. However, they were prevented from effectively doing so due to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the closer they came to the Australian positions, the more accurate the defensive fire became, especially the machine guns. Secondly, the accuracy of the Allied artillery and the integration of the 2 arms allowed the indirect fire to be brought down within a very close proximity of the Australian units. However, the use of artillery so close to friendly forces was dangerous, and several men were wounded by friendly fire. Over the next 2 days, 6 RAR continued to search the area for the remainder of the D445 battalion, but only minor contacts ensued. In one small clash, 6 Viet Cong were killed, and documents taken from their bodies indicated that one may have been the company commander who had led the attack in the prior day's battle. In all, numerous company-sized camps were discovered, which indicated that this area was indeed a major base for the D445 battalion as a whole. Although it took a few days for Colonel Townsend to realise the extent of the base area his battalion was now operating in, by the end of the operation, he was sure that he had discovered and disrupted the primary forward operating base for communist forces in Phuoc Toi. Despite being so close to the Australian base, the area around Long Tan was located in such thick country and had been used by the Viet Cong for so long that the D445 battalion must have been confident that this was a safe area. A clandestine base where the men could rest and recuperate, right in the centre of the province. This location allowed the battalion to exert significant influence over the surrounding villages and towns, and greatly offset the Australian presence at Nui Dat. After all, with a staging area so close, the Viet Cong could continue to dominate the local population and contest the major ground lines of communication. Townsend was positive that the destruction of this base and the successful battle fought with D445 had thrown the communist forces badly off balance. Throughout the month of August, various intelligence reports indicated that far more substantial enemy activity was being directed towards Nui Dat. On the 29th of July, major enemy forces were detected just 4,000 metres west of the base perimeter, and Allied helicopters received substantial ground fire from an area to the north. Brigadier Jackson was concerned that one or both of the main force regiments were now within close proximity to his base. The possibility of a full-blown divisional assault on Nui Dat was a real one, although Australian Command were confident in their ability to hold the base. Furthermore, such a move would expose these forces to debilitating indirect fire support, especially air power. Nevertheless, with the possibility of several battalions within 4 kilometres, the whole task force was placed on alert, and several company-sized patrols were dispatched to make contact with the enemy and assess his strength. After 3 days, these returned without making contact, although a significant enemy camp was discovered. With the moment of crisis now past, the battalions resumed their prior patrol activity. 5 RAR focused upon clearing Route 2 and opening up the village of Bin Ba, an offensive codenamed Operation Holsworthy. This included the establishment of a company-level forward operating base, which was heavily fortified. Again, these tactics were substantially different from the American focus upon attrition. Rather than simply trying to destroy the VC formations, the Australian focus upon the local people was having noticeable results. By permanently establishing an Australian presence in areas such as Bin Ba, and by a constant patrol program, the Australian battalions were demonstrating to both the local people and the Viet Cong that it was the free world forces, not the communists, that could provide security and prosperity to the people of Phuoc Toi. In fact, many locals were receptive to the new situation. The 5 weeks between early July and mid-August had been the period of time when the Australian task force had broken out. After securing the base and buffer zone, Brigadier Jackson was able to venture much further afield, executing major operations in battalion strength, such as Operation Sydney and Holsworthy. In just 3 months of campaigning, the situation in Phuoc Toi had been utterly revolutionised. For years, this strategically vital province, one that was pivotal in Saigon's physical security and a critical line of supply for the city, had been dominated by communist forces, dating right back to the war with the French. With a brief interlude in 1962 with the establishment of the Strategic Hamlet Program by the South Vietnamese government, the communists had effectively ruled Phuoc Toi, dominating the local populace, a critical source of men, materiel, and funds. With the aforementioned exception in the opening of the decade, the province had only seen an intermittent Western presence, with the overwhelming but fleeting American search and destroy operations providing only a minor disturbance to what had been a shadow communist government. With Phuoc Toi all but secure, the communist siege of Saigon could continue unabated. But now, in mid-August 1966, all of that had changed. An Australian brigade had imposed itself on the province, taking up a dominating position at Nui Dat. The major base area for the local communist forces, specifically the D445 battalion, had been captured and destroyed, badly inhibiting the force's ability to sustain itself and also its freedom of manoeuvre. The 2 communist strongholds, the towns of Long Phuoc and Duc Mai, had been captured and searched by Australian forces, effectively bringing them back under government control and denying them to the Viet Cong. The local field formation's forward operating base had been captured, and it had been engaged by Australian forces, an encounter in which one of its companies had been defeated. The intense Australian patrol activity in the vital Nui Dat area prevented the local Viet Cong units from moving around the province effectively, and every time the D445 battalion showed its hand, the Australians reacted aggressively. Indeed, any major operation by the unit was likely to precipitate a battalion attack emanating from Nui Dat. Special Air Service patrols roamed far and wide, hunting the elusive VC wherever they could be found. The Australians had now established a dominant position within the province, and were very effectively denying the Viet Cong easy access to the local population who had been a major source of support for years. Communist Command now had two options. They could simply accept the new situation and submit to Australian domination of the province, or they could launch a counterattack and try and drive the task force out of Phuoc Toi, or, at the very least, severely limit its ability to manoeuvre around the province. Brigadier Jackson was well aware of the situation his brigade had now imposed upon the enemy. He doubted that Viet Cong Command would simply sit on their hands and watch his task force systematically dominate and pacify this strategically vital area. Australian Command knew that some very powerful Viet Cong field forces were operational in the region, and the possibility of a major battle loomed large in the minds of all. The early hours of August the 17th, 1966, found the Australian Task Force base at Nui Dat in a state of relative calm. The men tried to sleep as the guns of the 1st Field Regiment fired a routine interdiction fire mission, a bombardment that was intended to harass suspected VC locations. As the gunners casually loaded and fired their weapons, chaos erupted. Within moments, Nui Dat was blanketed in a completely unexpected bombardment. All across the south and eastern quadrant of the base, men rushed for the trenches as artillery and mortar shells exploded between the tents. The time was 2:43 a.m. As pandemonium broke out around them, the artillerymen reacted rapidly. They initiated a counter-battery fire mission at 2:50, just 7 minutes later. The volume of incoming fire had confused the counter-artillery radar, so the old-fashioned methods of compass bearings and flash spotting had to be used. Luckily, the gunners of the 1st Field Regiment had practiced these antiquated techniques, and within minutes the suspected enemy firing locations were being pounded. The bombardment of Nui Dat lasted for 20 minutes. During the action, 24 men were wounded, 2 of them seriously, 7 vehicles were lightly damaged, and 21 tents suffered from the effect. After the bombardment ceased, 67 82mm mortar craters were found, in addition to 5 more that turned out to be from a 70mm Japanese mountain gun. There had also been 75mm recoilless rifles in action. It was 4:10 a.m. when the 1st Field Regiment ceased its counter-battery fire. The mortar and artillery bombardment was quite a shock for the personnel of the task force. The outer defences had been shelled before, but never the base itself. The units which occupied the affected areas were 103 Field Battery, 1 Field Squadron, 3 SAS Squadron, and 1 Australian Reinforcement Unit. The majority of the infantry were not in the base that evening. Most of 5 RAR was conducting Operation Holsworthy, although a small element had remained at the base to hold its area. As for 6 RAR, its companies were dispersed. A Company was conducting a 3-day patrol to the northeast, near Nui Dat 2. C Company's 7 Platoon was manning a night ambush just to the southeast of the base. D Company's platoons were manning the base defences and rear area. Consequently, if a main force enemy unit was approaching the base, Brigadier Jackson only had limited resources to meet it. It was 4:50 a.m. when Lieutenant Colonel Townsend ordered Major Noel Ford to prepare his men to leave the wire. The whole of B Company would conduct a patrol to locate the suspected enemy firing positions and make contact with any enemy who had not withdrawn. Most expected that the Viet Cong had employed a shoot and scoot tactic, using long-range weapons such as 82mm mortars to hit the base before fleeing. The area to be searched was only 2,000 metres from the Nui Dat perimeter, and so the men packed light, with no sleeping gear and few rations, although they did take a full load of ammunition. The search area was a triangle of jungle and rubber plantation between the villages of Long Tan, Long Phuoc, and the Nui Dat 2 hill. This had been a constant hotbed of enemy activity, especially of the D445 Battalion. As B Company was preparing to depart, Colonel Townsend ordered elements of C Company, both the platoon that was out on night ambush and 9 Platoon, to investigate 2 other suspected mortar locations. Over the previous few days, there had been several reports of large enemy forces in the vicinity of Long Tan, but these were generally considered to be unreliable. On the 1st of August, a police agent had reported seeing 300 enemy wearing green uniforms and carrying crew-served weapons 100 metres north of Nui Dat 2. But that day, 6 RAR's D Company patrolled to within 200 metres of that location without finding anything. They also may have been mistaken for the Viet Cong. A week later, on the 11th of August, another agent reported a whole Viet Cong battalion and 2 separate companies in the rubber plantation between Long Tan and Nui Dat 2. Despite these reports, the patrol activity of 6 RAR could not establish their credibility. The area to the east of the base around the abandoned village of Long Tan had been heavily patrolled, and no unusual activity had been detected by either the infantry or the SAS. Townsend concluded that if a main force element was that close, there was a good chance his infantry patrols would have found it. There was, however, one additional source of intelligence that indicated that a main force unit was in close proximity to 6 RAR. Signals intelligence was hardly a new element of warfare in the 1960s. Indeed, the history of World War II is filled with the famous exploits of the codebreakers. However, the integration of signals intelligence at the operational level of warfare was something new. Embedded with the task force was a division-level intelligence detachment, which included 547 Signal Troop, which was directly attached to Brigade headquarters. Commanded by Captain Trevor Richards, this small team of 15 radio operators constantly monitored local radio traffic. Within weeks of their arrival, Richards' men believed they had detected the radios being used by the main force units, the 5th Viet Cong Division and its primary constituent elements, the 274th and 275th Regiments. Unlike the provincial formations such as D445, the main force units had to be able to operate over a much larger area, and thus had to rely upon radio communications to coordinate their activities and operations. Although they could not read the coded messages, 547 Signal Troop was not only able to identify these radios, but could track their locations to a reasonably high level of geographical accuracy, a radius of approximately 500 metres. Richards was sure he had located the radios of the 274th and 275th Regiments, both of whom were in daily contact with 5th Division headquarters. On the 29th of July, when the base was on high alert, the 274th Regiment was detected in the far northwest of the province, whilst the 275th was much closer, 22 kilometres to the east of Nui Dat. 5th Division headquarters was located in the Mayo Teo Mountains. Intelligence concluded that both regiments were resting and retraining, and thus maintained a routine flow of radio traffic. Then, on the 29th of July, the situation began to change. The amount of transmissions being made by the 275th Regiment increased substantially, including much longer messages. This increase in traffic coincided with other intelligence reports, which indicated that the formation had been brought up to strength by reinforcements from North Vietnam. Richards concluded that something was brewing. Captain Richards reported these concerns to his primary superior, Major John Rowe, the Chief Intelligence Officer, although he typically communicated through Rowe's deputy, Captain Bob Keep. Despite his growing anxiety, Richards was prevented from airing his concerns more widely. Signals intelligence was a new tool for brigade and battalion commanders. Very few understood its strengths and weaknesses, or how it should be used. Furthermore, in order to protect the security of the operation and avoid tipping off the VC that their radios were being effectively monitored, very few people knew the origin of the intelligence reports they were being provided. Only brigade and battalion commanders knew what these reports actually were, and none had much experience with intelligence tools such as this. Richards felt as though he was an outsider. He could only talk about his work with a select few, and he felt as though Brigadier Jackson wanted nothing to do with him. In Richards' view, it was only Captain Keep that really understood the value of signals intelligence and its limitations, and thus was able to draw informed conclusions from it. Both men were convinced that they had accurately located the headquarters of the two main force regiments. The enemy had so few radios that these had to be at regimental level. Keep later recalled, "You knew it wasn't a 10-man foot patrol, and it had to be, the least it could be, was regimental if it was North Vietnamese. If it was Viet Cong, it was something equivalent, or perhaps a bit less, but certainly it wasn't a 10-man foot patrol, and you'd better take notice of it." Captains Keep and Richards spent hours analysing the signal's intelligence and comparing it with the other intelligence sources the task force had access to. In combination, this material drew a deeply concerning intelligence picture. A large unit of regimental strength which had just concluded a period of rest and retraining and had reportedly been reinforced by elements of the North Vietnamese army, appeared to be gearing up for a major operation in the Phuoc Toi region. Keep became increasingly alarmed when the radio started to move west towards Nui Dat. Every day, Richard plotted the approximate location of the 275th Regiment's radio, and each day it moved approximately 1 kilometre closer to Nui Dat. By the second week of August, the radio plots looked like a string of pearls marching from east to west, right towards the Australian base. Both men were convinced this represented a serious threat to the task force. Nonetheless, Captain Keep's superior and the brigade intelligence officer, Major Rowe, came to a different conclusion. He noted the signal's intelligence, but believed that this alone was not cause for undue alarm. After all, it was only one intelligence source, and it was being contradicted by other reports. For example, the area in question had received significant Australian patrol activity, and no large enemy force had been detected. This included Special Forces operations. There was, perhaps, also a lack of faith in this new technology. How could Australian Command be positive that the radio source being detected was actually a regimental headquarters? Richards could not be certain that the presence of the radio he had detected actually meant the regiment was really there. After all, he was only tracking its transmissions, not intercepting and decoding its communications. It could all simply be a deception. In general terms, Brigadier Jackson seemed to agree with Major Rowe. At this time, Captain Keep's behaviour also started to change. Prior to his deployment to Vietnam, he had suffered an undisclosed sickness, which may have been a mental health issue. Keep was regarded as a young, energetic, and highly capable intelligence officer, certainly one that was hard to replace. Despite his condition, Keep's superiors believed in the young man and backed him to shake off the problem, but after spending several months in Vietnam, his mental state began to deteriorate. The captain stopped washing, his teeth were seen to turn green, and he would routinely walk around task force headquarters in thongs and a sarong, all whilst telling anyone who would listen about the impending doom they were all facing. This behaviour certainly affected the credibility of Keep's intelligence conclusions. After the war, Captain Keep admitted his illness had re-emerged, but also remarked that he had been crippled by a tremendous feeling of responsibility, that all of the people around him were in grave peril and there was nothing he could do about it. He felt as though no one was taking his concerns seriously. However, and despite his erratic behaviour, this was not actually the case. Although the rest of the command group did not share Keep and Richard's conviction, they did take note of the signal's intelligence. Several company-strength patrols were dispatched to the area in which the radio had been detected. By the 14th, 2 days before the mortar attack, Richards determined that the radio was just 5,000 metres from the base defences at Nui Dat, just to the north of Long Tan. Shocked by the close proximity of the enemy, and unaware that 2 companies had been dispatched to find them, Keep despaired that no one was listening to him. That day, he suffered a complete mental collapse and was evacuated to RAAF Butterworth, Malaysia, for treatment. Keep fervently believed that an entire enemy regiment lay waiting just beyond the wire, and when he heard of the mortar attack, his mental health deteriorated further. Only the day before Keep suffered this episode, Major Rowe had also been evacuated with hepatitis. Just at what appeared to be the critical moment in the campaign, in which the whole task force was in great danger, the brigade had lost its 2 most capable intelligence officers. This greatly inhibited the command group's ability to effectively evaluate the intelligence which was being provided to them. Brigadier Jackson was concerned by the signal's intelligence, and was aware of the possibility that a large enemy force was operating to the north of Long Tan. However, his infantry patrols were unable to make contact. Thus, on the morning of the 16th of August, the general conclusion amongst Australian Command was that the mortar attack had been conducted by the D445 Battalion. A large-scale enemy attack on Nui Dat was thought to be unlikely. It was decided not to update the intelligence assessments which had been provided to the company commanders. None were warned about the possibility of an entire main force regiment operating in the Nui Dat 2 area. Because of the secrecy which surrounded the signal's intelligence, none were told of the detection of the 275th Regiment's radio just 5,000 metres to the east. In fact, the results of prior patrols had led 6RAR to believe that the area only contained guerrillas and elements of the D445 Battalion. Therefore, when B Company left the wire in search of the mortar positions, they did not expect to face any significant resistance. Expecting a quick patrol, B Company was lightly equipped, without rations or sleeping gear. Their objective was only 2 kilometres away, an area they were very familiar with, and thus all expected to be back inside the wire within a couple of hours. Including the artillery forward observation party, their strength was just 80 men. However, over half of the company, 48 men in total, were scheduled for rest and convalescent leave the next day. They marched out of the base in single file, venturing into the damp rice paddies beyond the base perimeter. The company crossed the swollen Su Da Bang Creek before marching through the uncultivated rice fields and climbing a gentle slope through a banana plantation. Here, at 8:30 am, the men discovered the first mortar position. In this area, 5 base plate positions were found, in addition to fighting pits for approximately 35 men. After a thorough search of the immediate area, nothing more was found. By midday on the 17th of August, 6 RAR had 3 separate elements deployed within Line Alpha, searching for the enemy which had just attacked them. A Company, which had been on a 3-day patrol, was to the northeast of the base, some 500 metres north of Nui Dat 2. C Company's 9 platoon was to the southeast, searching for the recoilless rifle positions. Between the two, directly to the east of the base, was B Company. With these 3 formations deployed, it was hard to believe that any large force could have remained in the Long Tan area undetected. Colonel Townsend ordered A Company to move to B Company's position and aid them in the search for the mortar teams. As the day wore on, B Company was still trying to follow the numerous tracks that left the first enemy positions. These were confusing, as several seemed to double back on themselves. The quick patrol was soon turning into a long and torturous search. At 5:30 p.m, carriers brought rations out to the company, but the men were forced to sleep out in the field without any bedding. Colonel Townsend was becoming frustrated by the lack of enemy contact. Most of B Company was scheduled to leave the base that day. In fact, after these men returned to Nui Dat for their leave, the company's total strength was just 35. However, Townsend was unwilling to give up the pursuit. He ordered his only major reserve, D Company, to move out and relieve B Company, which was now essentially composed of a company headquarters and a single rifle platoon. By now, all of the weapon firing pits had been located, including the 75mm recoilless rifle positions. Tracks continued east, but with such a small force, Major Ford decided to wait, holding a position on the edge of the Long Tan rubber plantation. D Company left Nui Dat at 11 am on the 18th of August. It was commanded by Major Harry Smith. A capable young officer and well respected by his men, Smith had graduated the Officer Cadet School at Phuoc. He had spent his time in Australia prior to deployment training his men, half of whom were national servicemen. But through the application of a steady, tough and relentless training program, he had forged this motley crew into a tight-knit team, men who now formed a well-trained and capable unit. The company was proud of its performance in pre-deployment exercises, which had exceeded expectations. Smith was supported by 3 capable platoon leaders. Second Lieutenant Jeff Kendall commanded 10 Platoon, another graduate of the Officer Cadet School. 11 Platoon was commanded by Second Lieutenant Gordon Sharp, a national serviceman from the Officer Training School at Shayville. Sharp's brother later recalled that when he was conscripted, the lieutenant had not wanted to serve, but once he was called up, he did his best to serve his country. The final element of the company, 12 Platoon, was commanded by Second Lieutenant David Sabin. Sabin had achieved national fame when, after his name was not called in the birthday ballot, he volunteered for national service, considering it a duty. These 3 young officers were supported by a crew of tough, capable and experienced NCOs, such as Sergeants Bob Buick, Neil Ranke, Paddy Todd, a veteran of Korea and Malaya, and the company Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer Big Jack Kirby. Rounding out the company's officers was the attached forward observer, Captain Maurice Stanley of 161 Field Battery, Royal New Zealand Artillery, the artillery unit which had been paired with 6 RAR. Stanley was a quiet but competent officer and the only Duntroon graduate in the company. Prior to departing, Colonel Townsend did not have much to say to Major Smith. He was ordered to relieve B Company and continue searching for the enemy mortar teams. When Smith asked what kind of enemy force he should expect, both men agreed that the most likely enemy unit was a platoon of D445 Battalion's Heavy Weapons Company, a force of approximately 40 men. Smith briefed his platoon leaders accordingly. He was anxious to relieve B Company. They were already late, and as every hour passed, the chances of catching the enemy mortar teams was dwindling. Knowing the ground before them had been covered extensively, the company set out in single file, aiming for speed rather than security. It was approximately 1 p.m. when Smith's men reached B Company's position at the edge of the Long Tam rubber plantation. After deploying his company for 360-degree defense, the two majors inspected the area. It was clear that the counter-battery bombardment had been effective. There was significant evidence of enemy casualties. Bloodstains, Ho Chi Minh sandals and other personal items had been deposited across the area, and the men found numerous cart tracks which had probably been used to move the wounded. Smith noticed a fresh and heavily used track leading off to the northeast, a path he decided to follow. At 3 p.m, D Company departed. The men set off in a one-up formation, akin to a triangle or wedge. 11 platoon led the company, followed by the headquarters group, and then 10 and 12 platoons deployed in line. This formation allowed for rapid deployment of the two reserve platoons to either flank if the lead element made contact. They followed a well-known track, moving through the forest on either side of it. Each platoon used a similar formation, with 2 sections in front and 1 in close reserve. The men were well spread out, with each platoon front covering approximately 150 metres. As the company slowly advanced, they moved into the Long Tan rubber plantation. This was very different to the thick jungle which covered most of the province. The scrubby undergrowth soon gave way to clean, young rubber plants which were arranged in tight rows. The effect of this rubber plantation was to allow long lines of sight in one direction, where the gaps in the trees aligned, but when looking elsewhere, where the trees overlapped, vision was greatly limited. However, in general, visibility was quite good, approximately 150 metres. Smith had only penetrated about 300 metres into the plantation when he found yet more signs of enemy mortar activity. Base plate positions and discarded impedimenta, which indicated a hasty withdrawal. At this point, the tracks split, and Smith was unsure which path to follow. He radioed Townsend for guidance, but in the end simply decided to take the easterly branch. As he set off, the major altered the company formation. Akin to a reverse triangle, he employed a 2-up structure, in which the company advanced on a 2-platoon front, with 1 in close reserve behind the headquarters group. The formation kept about 10 metres between each man, giving the company a frontage of approximately 400 metres with roughly the same depth. This gave every rifleman a clear arc of fire to their front. A few minutes later, the company came across a well-maintained gravel road, which crossed their path at 90 degrees. Traversing this open ground was a challenge, and required the 2 lead platoons to execute an obstacle crossing drill. Just as the 2 formations had reached the tree line and re-entered the plantation, they saw a group of enemy walking nonchalantly down the track towards them. The 8 men simply strolled right between the 2 platoons. Sergeant Phuoc was the first to open fire, killing the lead enemy with his self-loading rifle, causing the others to scatter. Within moments, the body had been recovered. The man and his comrades looked nothing like the local VC Australian forces had thus far encountered. He was wearing a full military uniform composed of combat webbing, green shorts, shirt, and a steel helmet. Phuoc also recovered an AK-47 pattern rifle. The local Viet Cong typically wore black khaki and civilian clothes, and none were equipped with modern small arms. They typically employed World War II vintage bolt-action rifles and submachine guns. Lieutenant Sabin later remembered that this alerted all of the officers that they were not in a typical situation. However, even with this new information, neither Smith nor Townsend realised that they were in such close proximity to a main force unit. Both still assumed that they were encountering elements of the D445 battalion. It was 2nd Lieutenant David Harris of the Armoured Corps who first realised the importance of the uniform. Once he heard Smith's report, he was convinced they were in contact with the main force unit or the North Vietnamese Army. He immediately informed Brigadier Jackson and sent an alert to the 1st APC Squadron that they may be required for action, but by the time Australian Command realised what was happening, the Battle of Long Tan had already begun. After this minor contact, Major Smith ordered the company to resume its patrol. Lieutenant Sharp's platoon was pursuing the enemy it had just engaged, which had opened up a significant gap between the 2 lead formations. There was now some 300 metres between the 2 lead platoons, with Sharp's force deeper into the rubber. This was beyond the effective combat range of any weapon possessed by B Company, either rifle or machine gun. Thus, the lead formations were now not in a position to provide each other with mutual support. Although unintended, Sharp's initiative and aggression had imposed a dangerous tactical situation upon the company. Nonetheless, the advance resumed. Sharp's platoon passed through an area with an old hut that had been searched the day before. His men moved through the area in attack formation, but found nothing. The time was 4:08 p.m. A few moments after Sharp passed the hut, the left section of his platoon made contact. Several enemy automatic weapons opened up on the section, which immediately went to ground and began searching for cover. For several minutes, at least 2 belt-fed machine guns had opened fire on them before silence again descended. The left section had suffered casualties, and, as a typical small unit tactic, Smith ordered his right-hand section to sweep across the front from the flank. As they did so, they were met with a maelstrom of lead and steel. The volume of fire which tore into 11 platoon was absolutely debilitating. It was as heavy as the monsoon rain, which, like clockwork, now began to fall. Sergeant Phuoc later recalled that he believed the enemy force which had gained 11 platoon to be at least a company in strength. The enemy were armed with automatic weapons and rocket-propelled grenades, the latter of which detonated in the trees above the platoon. In fact, the force which 11 platoon had blundered into was the vanguard of the 275th Regiment. Smith was shocked by the level of resistance he was now encountering. He immediately called for artillery support, noting with some panic that he was now under attack from the front, left, and right flanks. The lieutenant tried to redeploy the platoon for 360-degree defense, but the sheer weight of fire that was raining down upon them prevented any movement. The entire force was pinned in place, and the men were forced to fight where they happened to find themselves. At 4:26 p.m, Major Smith reported to Battalion headquarters that he was engaged by a force approximately the same strength as his own, who were employing crew-served weapons such as mortars and general-purpose machine guns. He desperately requested as much artillery support as could be provided. With his platoon pinned by the immense volume of fire, the brave Lieutenant Sharp decided to raise his head and try and get a view of the enemy positions. The moment he did so, he was killed. Sergeant Phuoc now assumed command of 11 platoon. Phuoc faced a desperate situation. His CO was dead, his sections were pinned and poorly arranged for defence, and he was facing a force that was much larger than his own. He was now well and truly in a fight for his life. Within minutes of the contact's initiation, Major Smith received the last radio transmission from 11 platoon. Almost surrounded, suffering heavy casualties, could not extricate themselves, and almost out of ammunition. Moments later, the radio antenna was shot off, and all communication with the platoon was lost. About 300 metres to the north, Lieutenant Kendall's 10 platoon watched as battle erupted across the plantation. So far, he had not made contact with the enemy, but the volume of fire to his south gave him no illusions about the scale of the fight the company was now in. But Kendall knew he had to make contact with 11 platoon. After dropping their packs, the platoon wheeled into line and advanced towards the deafening sound of battle. Their brothers were just a few hundred metres away. After carefully marching through the rain and rubber trees, the platoon crested a small rise. As they did so, a force of approximately 40 enemy appeared right in front of them, moving from left to right. This force was in the process of enveloping 11 platoon, and as Kendall's men crested the small rise, they found themselves in a perfect flanking position. The platoon immediately dropped to their knees and opened fire on the enemy that was now less than 50 metres away. This fire was effective, inflicting numerous casualties and breaking up the attack. As was typical of the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese army, they were not slow to react. Within minutes of this unforeseen new Australian threat, 10 platoon was engaged by heavy automatic fire from 3 directions. One of these rounds wounded the platoon radio operator, Private Brian Honung, destroying the radio in the process. Major Smith had now lost communications with 2 of his 3 subunits, and the volume of enemy fire only seemed to be increasing. Now heavily engaged, 10 platoon's advance immediately halted. The 3 rifle sections pulled back into a defensive posture as groups of infantry advanced upon them, their M60 machine guns tearing swaths through the approaching Vietnamese. Despite these losses, the enemy came on, and there was a real danger that the platoon may be about to be overrun. At that critical moment, the lieutenant could hear someone calling his name. After replying, he saw the lone figure of Private William Acknell from the company headquarters section, who was carrying a spare radio. Nicknamed Yank, Acknell had departed, alone, into the dark rubber plantation. For several hundred metres he ran, braving withering fire in the process, calling out for the lieutenant as he moved. At one point, he stumbled across a group of startled Vietnamese and shot 2 of them. Yank scrambled into 10 platoon's positions, miraculously unhurt. With communications re-established, Major Smith ordered Kendall to withdraw back to his position. With D Company unexpectedly engaged in an intense defensive battle, it found itself poorly disposed to wage it. When contact commenced, its two lead platoons were far too far apart to provide mutual support. Had they been closer, 10 Platoon could have covered 11 Platoon, allowing it to withdraw before it became pinned and surrounded. When 11 Platoon made contact and went to ground, it was also poorly disposed to defend itself. The platoon was arranged in line when it became pinned, leaving it vulnerable to flank attack. The dispersion of D Company subunits also complicated the task of providing fire support. Artillery had to be switched from one platoon to the other, and even calling in accurate fire was difficult. The forward observer at company headquarters had very little idea of exactly where 11 Platoon was, a result of Lieutenant Sharp's overly aggressive pursuit. Thus, both platoons were now fighting their own little battles, and even with the aid of the artillery, both were losing the firefight. 11 Platoon especially was now incapable of any tactical manoeuvre. By 4:50 p.m, it was now clear to Major Sharp that D Company was facing a force that was far stronger than his own, something at least in battalion strength. His primary objective was now simply survival. Thus, over the next 2 hours, his immediate objective was to try and pull back his dispersed resources to form a defensible perimeter. In a stroke of good luck, the battalion headquarters and an aid station for the wounded happened to have been set up in an excellent piece of defensive terrain, an area of low ground before which a gentle slope rose towards the enemy. This small dip allowed the company to employ a tactic known as a reverse slope defense. By deploying on the low side of a hill, a defending force can shield itself from direct fire and enemy observation, forcing the attacking force to silhouette itself as it advanced. This terrain would save many Australian lives, and by realising its value, Major Smith's decision to stand and fight there was a key turning point in the battle. It was just before 5 o'clock when communications with 11 Platoon were miraculously restored. Sergeant Phuoc had repaired the radio antenna and was once again in contact with Major Smith. His report was desperate. Of his 28-strong platoon, only 10 were still fighting, and most of them were down to their last magazines of ammunition. In his estimation, the remnant of 11 Platoon was now being engaged by 2 enemy companies, or a force of approximately 200 men. This vastly superior enemy formation was now within 50 metres of his fighting positions, and most of the supporting artillery fire was falling behind them. This fire support may have been inflicting casualties further to the rear, but it was doing little to save the platoon. The communists were employing their famous tactic of grabbing the enemy by the belt buckle. Phuoc later recalled that it was at this point when he had all but given up hope. It seemed all but certain that he was going to be killed and his platoon was about to be overrun, and with it, the whole company. The only option he had was to bring the artillery down right on top of his position. He put this request to Stanley, the forward observer. Not wanting to kill 11 Platoon with friendly artillery, the New Zealander was hesitant. But when Phuoc replied that if he didn't, they would all be dead anyway, the fire mission was approved. It was barely a minute later when the sky was torn by the screeching shrieks of incoming 105mm shells, and the Australians huddled as low as they could. The earth shook violently as 15kg, 105mm high explosive shells exploded just 50 metres away. The fire mission was perfectly directed and devastatingly effective. The communist forces had avoided much of the artillery fire by approaching to within grenade throwing range of the Australians. However, in doing so, the large force had become compressed. When the artillery fire fell upon them, the Vietnamese formation was far too dense, and the high explosive shells landed with devastating effect. Phuoc recalled that this one fire mission essentially wiped out the company strength formation that was to his front. Back at Task Force headquarters, Brigadier Jackson monitored the developing battle with some anxiety. He could not exert direct influence on the engagement itself, as it was one of his small units that was engaged, essentially a single rifle company and the artillery. However, he was deeply concerned for not only the fate of D Company, but the task force as a whole. After all, this could be the first phase in a much larger attack. But despite Jackson's desire to impose himself on the situation, it was the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Townsend, whose job it was to actually exercise command and manage the battle. Even at this early stage, arrangements were being made to reinforce D Company. A Company had only just returned from a 3-day patrol when it was ordered to make preparations to deploy to the Long Tan rubber plantation. The armoured personnel carrier squadron would be used to move them, and the colonel would lead this counterattack personally, where he could exercise direct control over the battle as a whole. Townsend was ready to initiate the relief operation immediately, but he needed Brigadier Jackson's permission. The Brigadier, however, was hesitant. He was concerned for not only the safety of D Company, but the whole brigade. He had concluded that the force engaged in the Long Tan rubber plantation was approximately a battalion in strength. The other elements of the 275th Regiment had not been located, and neither had the D445 Battalion. If the first attack was a prelude to a large-scale assault on Nui Dat, the Brigadier wanted the majority of his forces within the wire. With A and D companies committed to battle, most of 6 RAR would now be engaged, which would necessitate the commitment of virtually all of the available artillery support. This would leave the task force vulnerable. Townsend disagreed. He thought a large-scale attack on the base was unlikely. Although incomplete, the base defences were formidable, and typically the enemy desired overwhelming local force superiority when conducting such attacks. Plus, there was an operational reserve available at Bien Hoa which could be called upon in an emergency. Jackson approved the relief mission in principle, however he was determined to prevent Townsend from launching it until he was certain that it was absolutely necessary. At that time, Major Smith made an urgent request for helicopter resupply. The men had departed Nui Dat with a very light ammunition load, just 60 rounds per rifleman in 3 20-round box magazines for every self-loading rifle, the legendary FN-FAL. This light load was typically sufficient for the kind of low-intensity engagements the task force had become accustomed to. But this firefight was consuming ammunition at a rate of knots. That request quickly reached Brigadier Jackson at task force headquarters. The Brigadier immediately ordered the RAAF Iroquois Squadron, which was under the command of Group Captain Peter Raw, to conduct the resupply mission. To everyone's surprise, Captain Raw refused, replying that he was not going to send his men out to hover at treetop height in dangerous flying conditions while subjecting them to heavy enemy fire. Jackson replied that the drop zone was several hundred metres in D Company's rear and free of the enemy. Despite Brigadier Jackson's desperate pleas for aid, the captain felt as though his request violated the orders he had been given by RAAF command. Jackson replied, "I'm about to lose a company. What in the hell is a few more choppers and a few more pilots?" In desperation, the Brigadier called the US Army Aviation Liaison Officer into the room. In front of Group Captain Raw, he asked for American assistance, to which the officer replied, "Well, Brigadier, I dare say my guys can help out." He said he could have American helicopters at Nui Dat in 20 minutes. Faced with this humiliation, Captain Raw relented. At 6 p.m, 2 RAAF helicopters departed Nui Dat. They were piloted by Flight Lieutenant C.M. Dole and Flight Lieutenant F.P. Riley. As they approached the LZ, there was a lucky break in the clouds, and the 2 Iroquois helicopters hovered just 10 metres above the rubber trees. The crew pushed out boxes of ammunition wrapped in blankets. For D Company, this was manna from heaven, and the men spent the next half an hour reloading their magazines. It was 5:20 p.m. when Brigadier Jackson made the determination that something more drastic had to be done. Much to his relief, at this point in the battle, 5 RAR had just returned back to Nui Dat, and thus he felt secure enough to give Colonel Townsend permission to depart the base. The artillery was keeping the much larger enemy force off the isolated platoons, but with so much incoming fire, the defenders were being whittled away, one casualty at a time. Even with the devastating indirect fire support, if the enemy persisted, it wouldn't take long for the whole company to be overrun. A Company had been waiting along with the 3rd APC troop inside the perimeter for some time. The men were anxious to get to their mates, many of whom were already dead. 10 minutes later, the order was given. Townsend was concerned that the enemy may have set up a major ambush for the relief force, a favourite tactic of the Viet Cong and Viet Minh before them. Nonetheless, there seemed to be little choice but to take a direct path to Long Tan. The risk was real, but there was no realistic alternative. They left the wire at 5:45. The newly arrived 5 RAR, men who were already exhausted, were ordered to man the base defences, in addition to having a single company ready to move within the hour. Help was finally on the way. Back in the Long Tan rubber plantation, D Company was still trying to get to 11 platoon. Major Smith had 3 units of manoeuvre under his command, and only one had not been heavily committed to battle. Lieutenant Sabin's 12 platoon. At 5:15 p.m, the Major ordered Sabin to leave one of his 3 rifle sections at his location to protect the wounded, and to take the rest of the platoon and try and break through to Phuoc and the survivors of 11 platoon. With just 19 men, Sabin ventured out into the plantation. In order to reach Sergeant Phuoc, he had about 400 metres to traverse. Despite the low light and torrential rain, navigation was not difficult. The men simply advanced towards the sound and sight of gunfire. As they attacked towards 11 Platoon, Sabin's men encountered a group of enemy to the right flank, which they were able to drive off with concentrated and accurate rifle fire. Sabin was able to push on for another 100 metres before he actually made contact with the battalion that was engaging the remnants of 11 Platoon. As Sabin's force advanced, it was engaged by 2 platoon-sized formations that were attacking from the left flank. This enemy force was employing good fire and manoeuvre, with one section providing covering fire whilst the other attacked. 12 platoons M60 machine guns put an end to that attack, however, but within minutes Sabin's men were engulfed by heavy fire emanating from 3 directions, the worst of which was being generated by the company-sized force which was just to 11 platoons front. This fire prevented any further advance, but from this position, Sabin's force was able to break up several section-strength elements that were trying to move around 11 platoon's flank. The lieutenant had no idea exactly where Phuoc and his men were. He knew they were somewhere in front of his position, but with such a chaotic battle in front of him, he determined that any further advance was pointless. Instead, as he had effectively opened up something of a corridor between the 2 formations, Sabin decided to mark his position with yellow smoke, hoping 11 Platoon would see it and move to him. At this very moment within the 11 Platoon perimeter, things were getting truly desperate. Ammunition was almost completely expended, and Sergeant Phuoc was sure that the next enemy attack would overrun them. He knew most of the platoon was already dead, but he felt it was his duty to get as many of the men out as he could. There were 12 of them who were capable of moving, 2 of whom were already wounded. Phuoc decided that he had to try and break contact before they were all killed. He ordered the survivors to make a dash for about 150 metres to the west where they would reform. After another heavy artillery bombardment landed to his front, the enemy fire abated. This was Phuoc's chance. At the sergeant's order, the men jumped to their feet and sprinted through the hailstorm of automatic weapon fire. As soon as they raised their heads, 1 man was killed and 2 more wounded, one of those for the second time. The men ran through the rubber trees as fast as they physically could, the power of adrenaline pushing their exhausted bodies forward. As he moved, Phuoc spotted Sabin's yellow smoke, thinking at the time it was company headquarters. Although he didn't show it, the sergeant was overjoyed to see the first friendly faces in 2 hours. With the survivors of 11 Platoon now accounted for, Sabin retreated back to company headquarters, finally breaking contact. For the first time in the battle, Major Smith's D Company was actually concentrated. The time was 6:10 p.m. The men of 11 Platoon had fought exceptionally well. Expecting to chase down local guerrillas, the formation found itself in the worst tactical situation imaginable, ambushed by a main force element of battalion strength, whilst poorly deployed and on poor defensive ground. In the opening minutes of the battle, the forward section was immolated by machine gun fire, and the remaining men had to face a horde of oncoming enemy, who enjoyed overwhelming fire superiority, all whilst caring for their dying and wounded mates. Cut off, surrounded, and with little ammunition, they stood slim chance of survival. Yet, all throughout the battle, morale and discipline held. The rifle and section leaders simply held their positions and continued to fight, right up until the moment they withdrew. What was more remarkable about this performance, and the fighting spirit shown by the men of 6 RAR, was not only the fact that many of 11 Platoon's members were national servicemen, but that this was their first major engagement. Perhaps one could not have expected such a performance from these green young men, but nevertheless they upheld the long and glorious fighting tradition of the Australian Army. With D Company finally intact and enjoying a brief moment of pause in the battle, Major Smith now took to the task of ensuring its survival. With so many wounded, there was simply no way he could withdraw, and thus his only choice was to try and survive until the relief force arrived. As noted previously, the piece of ground he happened to find himself on was good defensive terrain. The aid station and company headquarters had been set up in a slight depression. This was so small that when standing, the ground appeared to be flat, but from the prone position, it was clear that there was a reverse slope between D Company and the enemy. This provided 2 substantial advantages. Firstly, when lying prone, the men would be protected from the majority of the rifle and machine gun fire which would fly over their heads. Secondly, as the enemy advanced, they would be silhouetted, providing them with very little cover. This little hill crested about 50 metres to their front, an excellent range for rifle and machine gun fire. To the north of his location was a thick bamboo grove, which would have greatly inhibited enemy manoeuvre. Thus, the most likely avenues of attack were directly from the east through the comparatively open ground of the rubber plantation, or a flanking move to the southeast. With this in mind, Smith redeployed his forces. He ordered the badly depleted 11 platoon to cover the northern flank, whilst 10 and 12 platoons were deployed facing the most likely avenues of attack. With the withdrawal of 11 platoon, the communist forces had lost contact with D Company, and it took some time for them to locate its position and reposition their forces, giving Smith a 20-minute lull in the battle. This was a godsend, as it allowed for the full redistribution of ammunition and the careful emplacement of the company's crew-served weapons. D Company's M60 machine guns were carefully arranged, covering the entire perimeter with interlocking fields of fire. At 6:20, the battle recommenced. Several general-purpose machine guns swept the company position from the east and southeast, but the good defensive ground aided the Australians. This heavy fire simply sailed over their heads. The men held their positions, but through the gloom they could see large groups of enemy infantry moving through the rubber trees. This group, which was about 300 metres away, could clearly be seen forming up for an attack. It appeared to be a 2-company or half-battalion attack. As the communist forces formed up, their formation covered approximately a single company front, which was wide enough that it would have completely enveloped D Company's compact position, which was a deployment intended for 360-degree defence. One company of Viet Cong, or potentially North Vietnamese army, began advancing in a reasonably tight formation. About 100 metres behind them followed a reserve force of company strength employing the same formation. In a scene reminiscent of the Battle of Waterloo, they advanced under the sound of the blaring bugle call, walking at a quick step. Many of the Australians were amazed by this dreadful spectacle. To the men, this looked to be a human wave which was about to break upon them. Lieutenant Kendall later described this 1st Battalion attack. "We saw them move off, again, much as we'd do it, well spaced at a fast walk, and we saw their reserve formation pull in behind them, also with the same company frontage. At this stage, with the assault group still 150 metres out, and the reserve group another 100 yards behind them, our own artillery came in and completely wiped out this reserve group. They were just like a pack of cards falling down. This was a big factor in assisting us in stopping the assault group. This assault, which was made by a battalion of the 275th Regiment, which were potentially North Vietnamese Army regulars, was beaten back with relative ease. With the devastating fire support essentially rendering the reserve formation combat ineffective, when the assault group crested the small ridge, they were decimated by close-range machine gun and rifle fire. After the shock of this initial engagement, the survivors did not withdraw, however. Following NVA and VC tactical doctrine, these men continued to close with D Company, crawling through the mud and dismembered bodies to do so. One brave Vietnamese soldier crawled to within 5 metres of an Australian fighting position before he was shot and killed. Despite the failure of the first attack, another half-battalion-sized force formed up for an assault in exactly the same fashion as the first. 2 company-sized formation were seen forming up about 300 metres from the perimeter, and again they advanced at a quick walk behind their blaring bugles. But, once again, artillery reached out to greet them. One soldier described this second attack. "A solid line of them, it looked like hundreds, would suddenly rush us. The artillery would burst right in the middle of them and there would be bodies all over the place. The survivors would dive for cover beside these bodies, wait for the next attacking line, get up and leap over the dead to resume the rush. They were inching forward all the time over piles of their dead." Unlike the initial engagement, the Australian forces were now well deployed to meet the Viet Cong, and between the artillery and the well-placed machine guns, the defenders extracted a frightful toll in blood. But despite these fearful losses, the enemy came on, and indeed the attack seemed to gain momentum. In truth, the Vietnamese showed tremendous gallantry and fighting spirit at Long Tan. Their men literally crawled over the bodies of their comrades just to come to grips with the Australians. In fact, as they gained a better understanding of D Company's positions, the communists were able to direct more effective and accurate fire. 2 heavy machine guns had been emplaced on the slopes of the nearby Nui Dat 2 hill, which poured a steady stream of heavy caliber fire into the defenders. Luckily for the Australians, whose positions were covered by a low mist, much of this was inaccurate. At one point, the Vietnamese attempted to entrench a heavy machine gun just 50 metres from D Company's perimeter. The company sergeant major, Warrant Officer Kirby, took it upon himself to silence this deadly weapon. He crawled forward, gaining a good firing position undetected, and killed the crew with his SLR. All throughout the desperate battle, Kirby was an inspiration, constantly moving between the company positions and checking on the men. All throughout the battle, it was the artillery that stood between D Company and annihilation. In fact, it was the guns of the 1st Field Regiment that were the primary defence of not only D Company, but Nui Dat and the task force as a whole. For the Australians, artillery was a critical force multiplier, allowing them to offset the force ratio disadvantage their formations were likely to face if they encountered main force units. One of the greatest misconceptions about the Battle of Long Tan, one perpetuated by Hollywood, is the notion that the artillery support was provided by the New Zealand Army. But this is only partially true. The New Zealand commitment to the task force and Vietnam War to this point was the deployment of a single 6-gun field battery of Otto Melara L5 105mm pack howitzers, the 161 Battery, Royal New Zealand Artillery. This battery formed one of 3 that constituted the 1st Field Regiment. The others were the Australian 103 and 105 batteries, which both deployed L5 105mm field guns. Additionally, the command group of 105 Battery controlled the fire of the American artillery contingent, the 6 self-propelled M109 155mm howitzers of A Battery, 2nd Battalion, 35th Artillery Regiment. These 4 batteries, with a total strength of 24 guns, composed the whole 1st Field Regiment. The New Zealand Army provided just 1/4 of the artillery support to the task force. From the moment D Company was engaged in the Long Tan rubber plantation, all of the guns available to the regiment were providing fire support, including the heavy 155mm pieces. The idea that it was the New Zealand artillery specifically that was defending D Company is something of a myth. There were as many American guns fighting in the battle as New Zealanders. Nonetheless, and despite their small numbers, the Kiwis did play a critical role in the battle. Because of the association of 6 RAR and the 161 Field Battery, which had been paired from the beginning of the deployment, some of the most important personnel directing the artillery fire support were New Zealanders. Not only was there a Kiwi forward observer with D Company, but the combined fires of the whole regiment were being coordinated by Major Harry Honner, Royal New Zealand Artillery, who served as the artillery liaison officer at Colonel Townsend's headquarters. The 2 men knew each other from their time at the Royal Military College Doctrinal, and thus had a good working relationship. It was Major Honner and the forward observer, Captain Stanley, 2 New Zealanders, who effectively directed the artillery fire throughout the battle, which was the key to D Company survival. There were many factors which led to the effectiveness of the artillery fire support. The professionalism and capability of the gunners and aforementioned officers who executed masterful control of the 4 batteries, the ideal range of 5,000 to 6,000 metres, the convenient placement of friendly and enemy forces, with the former between the guns and the target, the trees of the rubber plantation causing the incoming rounds to airburst, amplifying their effect on soft targets, the practically unlimited amount of ammunition, and the excellent communication provided by the brand new US PRC-25 tactical radio. In essence, with the exception of the weather, in terms of artillery, the engagement had been fought in almost perfect conditions for the Australians. Nevertheless, throughout the battle, in growing darkness and torrential rain, the gunners relentlessly rained down accurate death and destruction upon the enemy. During the engagement as a whole, nearly 5,000 rounds of artillery smashed into the Long Tan rubber plantation, an average of 199 rounds per gun. For the next hour, the battle took on a grimly repetitive nature. Groups of Viet Cong tried to penetrate the perimeter, but with D Company deployed in its reverse slope position, were unable to even locate it until they were practically right on top of the defenders. And to get that close, the NVA soldier had to advance through a boiling cauldron of high explosive and supersonic shell splinters. After that ordeal, the badly depleted units that did crest the small ridge were then engaged by the machine guns and rifles of D Company. Despite the colossal weight of automatic weapon fire which swept their position, Australian casualties through this phase in the battle were comparatively low, only 4 killed and a few more wounded. This is explained by the nature of the ground. Those who were there remember the unnerving sound of enemy bullets flying just centimetres above their heads or cracking into the rubber trees above them. Most of the defenders who were hit during these attacks were struck by this fire when they rose to a knee for a better shot or to get a look at the enemy, who were often obscured by a low mist which had descended upon the plantation. The men who remained in a prone position were relatively safe. With all manoeuvring over, it was at this point in the battle that all initiative passed to the enemy. In the words of the Australian official history, although never intended to operate this way, the job of the riflemen and machine gunners was now to simply keep the artillery observer alive. But so far, the defences were holding. Nevertheless, if the communist forces were able to execute simultaneous attacks from multiple directions, the artillery fire would have to be divided and diluted, dramatically inhibiting its effectiveness. If that occurred, there was every chance that D Company's thin perimeter would be penetrated and the entire position overrun. After all, it was still in close proximity to a much larger enemy force, and its ammunition supplies were once again dwindling. Despite the defensive success, the outcome of the battle still hung in the balance. The time was 6:45 p.m. Lieutenant Roberts was in command of 3 Troop, 1st Armoured Personnel Carrier Squadron. Normally, he had 12 M113 armoured personnel carriers under his command, but on the 18th of August this number was down to 7. The rest were either broken and undergoing maintenance or receiving upgrades. In order to bring his troop up to strength, 3 more had to be borrowed from another unit. Although it looks like a tank, the M113 is actually not an infantry fighting vehicle. Its intended purpose was to provide infantry with cross-country, protected tactical mobility. Each one can comfortably carry a 9-man rifle section and all of their gear for several hundred kilometres. A fully tracked vehicle, the M113 could cross difficult terrain in a similar way to a tank. Its mobility was also aided by its light weight, just 12 tonnes. As is always the case in armoured fighting vehicle design, this svelteness was the result of a compromise. The M113 was not heavily armoured. In fact, it was one of the first armoured fighting vehicles to employ aluminium armour. This comparatively thin and soft plate only gave the crew, and the infantry it carried, protection from small arms and shrapnel. It was, thus, never intended to either fight other comparable vehicles or to be subjected to heavy caliber fire. This is why it is designated as an armoured personnel carrier as opposed to an infantry fighting vehicle. Nevertheless, if required, the M113 could provide the infantry it carried with direct fire support. Each one was armed with an M2 50 caliber heavy machine gun, which, in the infantry heavy engagements in Vietnam, represented a disproportionate amount of firepower. Roberts led his convoy of 10 armoured vehicles through the sprawling Nui Dat base to 6 RAR Battalion headquarters. There he found Colonel Townsend and 2 of his most senior subordinates, Majors Honor and Passy, the 161 Battery Commander and Battalion Operations Officer, pacing around in a state of great tension. Townsend's orders were short and crystal clear. Roberts was ordered to convey A Company to D Company and break up the attack. No other information was given. A few minutes later, the convoy arrived at the A Company area. The men of A Company had only just returned from a 3-day patrol when they were ordered back into the field. Most of them had been happily eating a warm meal and drinking some well-earned beer when they learned they were about to enter the hottest battle the Australian Army had fought since the Korean War. At this time, A Company was commanded by its 2IC, Captain Charles Mollison. The orders he received from Colonel Townsend were as follows. A. Move by APC to area of operations. B. To relieve the pressure of the enemy attack on D Company 6 RAR by attacking from the south. C. To reinforce D Company 6 RAR and to repel any other attacks. D. To secure the battle area to enable D Company to evacuate the wounded. Roberts found A Company in a state of hectic activity. The men were all donning their battle dress and loading ammunition, whilst the platoon commanders and NCOs received their briefings. None had a clear view of the situation in the long tan rubber plantation, but whatever they were walking into, it was clear to all members of the company that if they did not act aggressively and break through to their sister formation, D Company was doomed. Despite their haste, this process inevitably took some time, and it was 5:45 before the 3 platoons and the headquarters group were all loaded into waiting APCs and the M113s were heading out into the jungle. Colonel Townsend was desperate to exercise more control of the battle, and thus ordered Roberts to leave a couple of vehicles behind to convey his tactical headquarters. Because of the nature of the base defences, there were only a few places with openings wide enough to allow the APCs to pass, so the company had to exit the base on the southeast of the perimeter, lengthening the journey to Long Tan substantially. Nevertheless, as the area was reasonably well known, once the formation got going, it made good ground. As the APCs moved around the edge of the rubber plantation, the heavens opened. The rain was so heavy it limited visibility to less than 100 metres. This was not a problem for the tracked vehicles, which handled the muddy conditions admirably, but a serious challenge arose when the flooded Soi Da Bang River was sighted. The torrential downpour had caused something of a flash flood. It was over 2 metres deep in places and the current was 7 knots. The M113 was designed to swim across small water obstacles. It could achieve this because the vehicle was watertight and had enough displacement to float. The major limitation was its speed. The APC used its tracks to propel itself through the water, limiting its top speed to about 3 knots. That meant that crossing a 2-metre deep river flowing at 7 knots was likely to mean the whole company was going to be dragged hundreds of metres downstream, leaving them terribly vulnerable to ambush or enemy counterattack. But with the ever more desperate plight of D Company reverberating across the Australian radio network, Roberts decided that he had to try. The 8 APCs drove down the bullock track and plunged into the water next to a small weir. Several vehicles bashed into the dam as they tried to cross. Others were pushed in circles by the violent current. Eventually, all 8 vehicles hit the shallower water on the far side and crawled up the bank. It had been a precarious moment, but the company was across. It was at this time when Lieutenant Roberts received orders to stop and wait for Colonel Townsend, who had just left the base. But with the desperate plight of D Company now more and more clear to everyone, Roberts decided to disobey these orders. He left a single APC with a section of infantry to guard the crossing and wait for the colonel before continuing into the rubber plantation. There were now only 7 M113s left, and A Company's effective strength was a little over 2 platoons. Nonetheless, Roberts pressed on. A few minutes later, A Company had reached the road where D Company had made their first contact with the enemy. Here, he paused to redeploy his force for battle. The track led directly into the battle area, and he decided this would be A Company's primary axis of attack. Rather than advancing in column, Roberts wheeled his troop into line, with 2 3-carrier sections deployed on either side of the track, each one of which carried a platoon of infantry. Just as 3 troop had deployed into attack formation, Roberts was once again ordered to halt and await Colonel Townsend, but again the lieutenant disobeyed. It was now 6:30 p.m. It had taken A Company 90 minutes to finally reach the battle area, and the light was quickly fading. The sun would set at 7:11 p.m, bringing on the darkness of an extremely short tropical twilight, a situation made worse by the heavy rain. It would be extremely difficult to navigate and identify friend and foe if any more time was wasted. With this in mind, Lieutenant Roberts gave the order to attack. The 7 APCs advanced into the long tan plantation in open formation, about 30 metres between each vehicle. As the vehicles advanced, they entered the rubber. This area was covered in young rubber trees, between 2 to 3 metres high and covered in leafy branches. The 12-ton APCs easily pushed these saplings aside, but visibility was very short, making for a nerve-wracking few minutes. But as they continued to advance, eventually this thick bush gave way to the orderly rows of rubber trees, allowing good lines of sight. As soon as the vegetation opened up, A Company made contact. A large group of infantry could clearly be seen moving across 3 troops' front, approximately 100 men. These were all dressed in military uniforms, equipped with pith helmets and carrying numerous heavy weapons. They were advancing in arrowhead formation from east to west across 3 troops' front. The deafening sound of battle and heavy rain had masked A Company's approach. None of this force was aware of their presence. For a moment, the Australians hesitated. Could this be D Company moving to meet them? Lieutenant Peter Dingham, the 2 platoon commanding officer, was located on the M113 on the far right of the line. He climbed out on top of the vehicle to get a better look at this force. Within moments, he could tell that these were not Australians. None wore the white tape that was typical of Australian units, and most looked to have camouflage netting on their helmets. Dingham shouted to his troop commander, Corporal Gross, to open fire. As soon as Gross opened up with his M2 50 caliber heavy machine gun, the rest of the troop followed suit. The enemy formation, which was later discovered to be the heavy weapons company of the D445 Battalion, was caught in a disastrous tactical situation. Completely unaware of A Company's presence, they had been moving rapidly to try and flank D Company, leaving themselves open to envelopment in the process. As they were manoeuvring, they were caught in relatively open ground by the enfilading fire of 7 M113s, about as bad of a situation as a company could find itself in. The result of this fire was carnage. The company was immediately engulfed by 12.7mm heavy caliber fire, and its left flank platoon was decimated. Nevertheless, as was typical throughout the battle, the Viet Cong responded well. The company immediately deployed into line and returned fire, attempting to extricate their many wounded. Sergeant Frank Alcorta, the 2nd platoon sergeant, was watching this battle from the top of an M113. As there was no room in the vehicle, he had been forced to ride on the outside. As soon as contact was made, Alcorta's M113 was raked by enemy small arms fire. In a desperate attempt to get some cover, the sergeant dove off the side. With one of his men now outside and the battle raging, Lieutenant Dingham ordered his men to dismount. As the rear doors opened, the infantrymen quickly fanned out into assault formation. Dingham led his men forward, engaging the groups of infantry to their front as they advanced. This bold attack broke the VC, who now simply fled, leaving their dead and wounded in the field. Enemy casualties had been heavy. A company estimated they had inflicted 40 killed for the loss of 1 man wounded. The engagement had been extremely successful, but it was clear to Roberts that this was only an element of the enemy. If they were going to have any hope of reaching D Company, they had to keep moving. With the men back on board, 3 Troop continued advancing deeper into the rubber plantation. As they moved forward in assault formation, the troops' gunners kept up a constant stream of fire on the groups of enemy to their front, many of which were the remnants of the D445 Weapons Company, which were retreating to the east. However, the battle was now constant, and it was soon clear that they were in contact with a much larger force. The young rubber had given way to mature rubber trees, each roughly 10 metres high, arranged in neat rows. This greatly increased visibility and thus the utility of the vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. 3 Troop had only advanced another 200 metres when it encountered another large enemy force. Numerous section-strength elements, 8 to 10 men strong, were seen streaming east, about 100 men in total. This company was the lead element of the D445 Battalion. It had originally been moving to flank D Company, but was now desperately trying to redeploy to meet the new Australian threat. As soon as these men were seen, the gunners opened up on them, and again the deadly heavy caliber fire was devastating. Once again enveloped, the Viet Cong company reeled as 12.7mm bullets tore through its ranks. The APC to the right of Lieutenant Roberts was commanded by Corporal John Carter. As Carter opened fire on the enemy to his front, he was rocked by a blinding flash. The tree next to his M113 exploded and fell across the front of the vehicle. Reeling from this blast, Carter frantically searched for its origin. With his M2 machine gun jammed, he grabbed the driver's Owen gun and clambered up out of the hatch. Just to his front, not 20 metres away, was a Vietnamese anti-tank team armed with a 57mm recoilless rifle who were desperately trying to reload their weapon. As both men locked eyes on one another, they opened fire. Carter tore into the enemy with a long burst from his Owen gun, killing both gunners, but not before one of them pulled the trigger. The M113 was rocked by another explosion, but somehow, when the dust settled, no one was injured. In something of a miracle, the 57mm shell had somehow hit the same tree again, except this time it was laying across the front of the carrier after being felled by the first shot. As Carter was recovering from the effects of this blast, he saw another group of 3 men moving towards the enemy anti-tank gun. These, too, met their fate at the end of his Owen gun. Over on the left of the line, A Company was less fortunate. An enemy heavy machine gun raked the 3 carriers, inflicting 2 casualties, 1 fatal. Thinking there were 3 badly wounded men on board, against the clear wishes of Captain Mollison, Lieutenant Roberts ordered the M113 to withdraw, taking a platoon headquarters with it. Right in the midst of the battle, one of the APCs in the left of the line had a serious malfunction. A round had become stuck halfway down the M2's barrel, causing a very significant stoppage. As the other crew watched on in amazement, the M113's driver and commander, both young national servicemen, calmly climbed up out of the hatch and began changing the barrel, just as they had been trained to do. Both ignored the hail of bullets that engulfed the vehicle and the enemy that was right in front of them. It was as if the 2 men were back home on the range at Puckapunyal. With the new barrel now on the gun, they both climbed back into the vehicle and resumed firing. Somehow, neither had been hit. When Lieutenant Roberts asked the driver how he could keep so calm, the man replied, "It was all right. If I didn't look at them, they wouldn't bother me." Both men survived the war. Approximately 40 enemy had been killed in this action. With the engagement by anti-tank weapons, the whole troop came to a halt. Roberts was convinced that he could not advance and risk bypassing another anti-tank gun, and if there was one recoilless rifle operational, then in all likelihood there would be more. Roberts would not advance until he was sure there was no more such weapons. This pause led to a delay of about 5 minutes. As the troop came to a halt, Captain Mollison, who was desperate to get to D Company, became increasingly frustrated with Lieutenant Roberts. As Mollison screamed at Roberts to get moving, a serious altercation broke out between the 2 men. This problem arose because it wasn't exactly clear who was in command whilst the infantry were embarked. the infantry commander, who held superior rank, or the APC commander. Roberts believed that whilst A Company were embarked in his vehicles and they were manoeuvring in contact with the enemy, they must defer to his judgment, especially given the presence of crew-served anti-tank weapons. Mollison, on the other hand, viewed the APC as a vehicle of fire and mobility support, and thus contended that it must be under the command of the infantry commander. In this area, Australian doctrine was not entirely clear, as both officers had some claim to exercise command at that moment, but the confusion led to disharmony and a nearly catastrophic delay, one that could have potentially sealed D Company's fate. It was now 6:50 p.m. A Company had now broken through the outer perimeter of Vietnamese units. In fact, they had engaged and badly mauled 2 companies of the D445 Battalion, breaking through the outer perimeter in the process. However, 3 Troop was now showing the wear of battle. The M113's radio communications had never been good, and with several antennas now destroyed, communications between the sections broke down. When the advance resumed, it was only the right-hand section, under Sergeant Richards, that actually began moving. With just 3 M113s and a platoon of infantry, Richards drove his meagre force on. They were now entering the ring of artillery fire which was keeping D Company alive, and as they drove on, 105mm artillery shells exploded around them, their shell splinters clanging off the APC's thin aluminium armour. This told Richards he was getting close. Fearing he was going to literally drive over D Company, he made the dangerous decision to open the hatch, raise his head, and take a look. Even as shells exploded around him, Roberts could clearly see an Australian infantryman standing and cheering. They had found D Company. It was only now that Richards realised that he only had 3 APCs with him. He ordered 2 platoon to dismount, leaving it with the ecstatic men of D Company, and withdrew back to the rest of the troop. After driving back through the shellfire, Richards found the rest of the APCs advancing towards him. Colonel Townsend had now arrived with 3 additional M113s, bringing both 3 Troop and A Company up to strength. Buoyed by the news that contact with D Company had been made, Townsend ordered the formation forward, and once again the men had to endure the unnerving experience of driving through their own artillery barrage. The time was now 7 p.m, and darkness was quickly descending upon the Long Tan rubber plantation. 31 men of B Company carefully approached the D Company perimeter from the west. Moving on foot and only lightly equipped, they had reached the primary battle area at 6:30. They started the battle at the edge of the Long Tan plantation, and moving forward had been difficult. In fact, it had been an extremely dangerous approach for the men of B Company. Only in platoon strength, they were in constant danger of encountering a company or battalion-sized enemy force which would have quickly overwhelmed them. They also had the problem of avoiding friendly fire. As they closed in on D Company, the platoon saw streams of enemy retreating around the western flank of its perimeter. These were the remnants of the D445 Battalion that had just been engaged by the APCs and A Company. During this battle, B Company had been fired upon by the M113s, suffering 1 casualty in the process. With so few men under his direct command, Major Ford decided to take up a position screening D Company's western flank, securing an avenue of retreat and keeping his small band clear of the battalion-sized force to D Company's west. As Major Ford finally made contact with D Company, Colonel Townsend was deploying A Company and 3 Troop for the final assault. There was still a large enemy formation to D Company's west, the battalion-sized unit which had been the 275th Regiment's main assault force. Townsend was determined to counterattack this force and finally extricate D Company. He ordered Roberts to clear D Company's front. Now with 10 armoured fighting vehicles available, Roberts formed up 3 Troop into a reverse arrow formation, with 2 3-vehicle sections forming the unit's front and the 3rd section in close reserve. They formed up with D Company's perimeter on their left flank and the wall of artillery fire on their right. As it swept across the defensive perimeter from right to left, 3 Troop engaged the force which had come so close to overrunning D Company. For the 3rd time in the battle, Roberts had flanked a large enemy formation. These were the remnants of the units that had made it through the artillery fire and were in close contact with D Company. It was now nearly dark and the battlefield erupted in tracer fire. The fire encountered here was the most intense 3 Troop had thus far endured. Lieutenant Roberts later remembered that the tracer fire seemed to weave at you in a way that you felt you could sway backwards and forwards and dodge it. The Vietnamese force was now caught in a disastrous tactical situation. They were already sandwiched between the D Company perimeter to their front and the artillery to their rear, and now had an APC troop rolling up their left flank. This engagement was one of the most intense of the entire battle. However, despite this ferocity, it was short. It was at this moment, with the blazing 50 caliber heavy machine guns tearing through their ranks, and unambiguous evidence that the Australian force they had been trying to destroy had now been significantly reinforced, that it became clear to the Vietnamese commanders that the battle was lost. Almost at once, the men of D Company watched hundreds of previously unseen enemy rise to their feet, fire their last shots, and then withdraw into the gloomy mist. 3 troops' counterattack had been perfectly timed. The 275th Regiment, which had already suffered appalling casualties, was just at that very moment massing to land the final, overwhelming blow. But with the enemy now reinforced and their forming up location enveloped, the regiment's position collapsed. As rapidly as it had begun, all across the front the shooting stopped, and with it, as if on cue, the rain. The big guns, too, finally came to rest. For the first time in hours, silence descended upon the Long Tan rubber plantation. Colonel Townsend spent the next hour solidifying his position. He now had the equivalent of half a battalion within D Company's perimeter, in addition to the APC troop. Although contact had been broken for the moment, with such large enemy forces in the vicinity, he simply could not be careless. As the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army regulars of the 275th Regiment withdrew from the Australian position, 6 RAR attempted to maintain contact. Several patrols were dispatched to ascertain the likely enemy positions, but nothing was found. Now reasonably confident that his position was secure, Townsend recalled his men and met with the company commanders. Given the presence of such large enemy forces, venturing out to secure the fallen of 11 platoon seemed to be a foolhardy endeavour. In any case, all were convinced that none could have survived the battle. At 8:50 p.m, Townsend reported back to Task Force headquarters that his position was secure and 6 RAR's casualties currently stood at 5 killed in action, 16 wounded and 16 missing, most of whom were presumed dead. Given the darkness, no accurate estimate of enemy casualties could be given, although Townsend believed they had been heavy. Brigadier Jackson was in a state of shock. From his position, at 9 p.m. that evening, the Battle of Long Tan looked like a complete disaster. D Company had clearly been ambushed by a much, much larger force, and in the process had a platoon completely wiped out, leaving the company badly depleted. For the small Australian army, the loss of over 20 men killed in a single day was a heavy blow. At Task Force headquarters, it looked very much like the Australians had just been badly defeated. With the battle now over, Brigadier Jackson retreated into a quiet corner of his headquarters and spent the next hour sitting in a chair with his face buried in his hands. Colonel Townsend's immediate concern was medevacing the wounded. The whole force withdrew about 200 metres to a helicopter LZ. This is where the survivors of D Company spent the night, although few slept. In the early hours of the 19th, Townsend was making plans to secure the battlefield and pursue the enemy. Jackson gave him a free hand, only directing the colonel that he was to remain within artillery range. At 4 a.m, he requested that the remaining personnel carriers deploy 6 RAR Battalion headquarters, C Company and a mortar section. Jackson also secured an American helicopter lift for D Company of 5 RAR, which had been placed under Townsend's command. By dawn, the Australians had a full-strength battalion in the Long Tan rubber plantation. As Townsend and 6 RAR ventured back into the rubber, at Task Force headquarters, Brigadier Jackson had to face his allies. Word of the battle had spread quickly across the various American headquarters, and at dawn, a detachment from Corps Command arrived at Nui Dat. Lieutenant General Seaman, the 2nd Field Force Commander, had sent Major Alec Piper and a group of staff officers to meet with the Australians. Later, Piper recalled that his interaction with Brigadier Jackson was a sombre one. The Brigadier was ashen-faced and almost speechless. There was certainly a belief permeating Australian command that it had just been badly defeated. By day's end, Major Piper had briefed both General Seaman and General Westmoreland in Saigon. At 8:45 a.m, Colonel Townsend gave the order to advance. He now had almost 5 rifle companies deployed in assault formation, and all of the 1st Field Regiment's guns primed to provide fire support. 6 RAR entered the plantation along virtually the same axis of attack used by D Company the day before. It did so along a 2-company front, D Company 5 RAR on the left and D Company 6 RAR on the right. These 2 formations were loaded into the M113s. Behind them, in column, filed 6 RAR's A, B and C companies. Townsend intended to sweep through the battlefield with the 2 mechanised companies and then circle back to 11 Platoon's location. Australian Command believed that the enemy had almost certainly withdrawn, but could well have left a company-strength covering force in the area, and after the experience of the previous day, Townsend was in no mood for half measures. The morning was clear and sunny, and as the APCs reached the young rubber on the edge of the plantation, the infantrymen dismounted and deployed into assault formation. All were prepared to fight through to their objective. As they advanced into the plantation at a walking pace, no gunfire could be heard. Townsend anxiously awaited the contact reports he was sure would soon begin pouring in, but as the men advanced towards the battlefield, the silence was deafening. Then, at 9:21 a.m, the first report came through to battalion headquarters. 5 RAR reported 1 dead VC. Half an hour later, D Company 6 RAR reported 5 to 15 enemy killed in action. Soon, D Company was literally tripping over dead Viet Cong. At 10:50, they requested a bulldozer be deployed from Nui Dat to bury the approximately 100 dead bodies they were now surrounded by. As the Australians entered the battlefield proper, they were shocked by the scene of utter destruction which greeted them. The once vibrant rubber plantation resembled a moonscape. The lush green trees had been torn to pieces by the artillery. Many had been shattered by direct hits, and those that had escaped this fate were pouring latex from thousands of shrapnel wounds. Death was omnipresent. Across an area of just a few hundred metres, perhaps 3 football fields, hundreds of enemy bodies were found. It was initially difficult to determine exactly how many Vietnamese had fallen. The area had received such a terrifying bombardment that many bodies had been blown to pieces by successive 105mm high explosive artillery shells. In many cases, as opposed to dead bodies, the men were forced to bury limbs. The destruction 6 RAR and the 1st Field Regiment had wrought upon the 275th Regiment was soon readily apparent to all. By 11 a.m, 113 individual dead bodies had been counted and hundreds of weapons had been collected. Townsend estimated that approximately half of the enemy had been killed by the artillery and the others by small arms fire, but it was impossible to know for sure. At 11 a.m, 6 RAR reported to Task Force headquarters that they had found the men of 11 Platoon. They were lying in a straight line, facing the enemy, their weapons still loaded. This forward section was the first to be hit, and it had been annihilated in the very first contact. The heavy rain had cleaned the bodies, and to those who found them, these men appeared to be alive. One soldier even called out to them as he approached. Gordon Sharp was found with the captured AK-47 next to him. It was an immensely moving scene for those who observed it. By and large, these bodies had been unmolested by the enemy. Miraculously, one man was found alive. Private Jim Richmond had been shot twice in the chest. He had spent an agonizing night lying face down in the mud with a serious chest wound, but somehow had clung to life. Another member of 11 Platoon had also survived. Private Barry Mellor, who had been shot in the leg and the face, was also found alive. He was sitting up against a rubber tree, waving gently to his approaching comrades. Further exploitation of the battlefield found enemy dead as far as 500 metres away from 11 Platoon's position, much of which was due to the depth of the defensive artillery fire. By sunset, 188 enemy bodies had been found, logged and buried. Over the next 2 days, the battalion scoured the area up to 1,500 metres from the battle. No major enemy formations were encountered, but evidence of their presence was ubiquitous. Blood trails, abandoned equipment and hastily dug fighting positions were found everywhere. Just after midday on the 19th of August, the main enemy escape route was discovered. The track the 275th Regiment had used was now 1 metre wide and 1 foot deep. It had been carved into the muddy ground by the heavy weight of thousands of boots. All along its length, the path was littered with abandoned equipment. Rifles, old carts, and other personal items. The presence of this miscellaneous impedimenta was evidence of the haste with which the night movement had been conducted. In fact, it was clear that the 275th Regiment had withdrawn from the entire area on the night of the battle. With the main axis of withdrawal located, Townsend requested permission to follow it. The colonel was keen to pursue what he now knew to be a defeated enemy, but Brigadier Jackson only gave him permission to advance another 1,000 metres. Although he resented this at the time, Colonel Townsend later came to conclude that Brigadier Jackson's caution was warranted. His battalion was not at full strength. D Company had been badly attrited, with a third of its strength now killed or wounded, and most of B Company was on leave. There were still at least 2 enemy battalions in the area, and venturing off into the jungle in search of them could very well be pushing the task force's luck. Townsend later concluded that it would have been unwise to throw caution to the wind, despite the temptation. It was the 21st of August when the various companies of 6 RAR began moving back to Nui Dat. 2 days later, General Westmoreland himself arrived in Nui Dat to congratulate the Australians on what had been a truly remarkable victory. There he met Colonel Townsend, Major Smith, and Warrant Officer Kirby, after which the 3 Australian soldiers flew to Saigon to face the international press. The Battle of Long Tan was over, and it had been a very close-run thing indeed. 11 Platoon had been completely destroyed, and had the battle evolved a little differently, the whole of D Company might well have shared their fate. But the tactical skill and fighting spirit of 6 RAR conspired with the lethality and accuracy of the 1st Field Regiment's guns to deny the Communist forces victory, gallant though they were. Upon reflection, it seems nearly miraculous that such a small force, just over 100 men, could hold off an entire Viet Cong regiment, especially one that had been heavily reinforced by North Vietnamese Army regulars. But despite the victory, Australian losses were still heavy, especially for such a small force. 17 killed in action and 24 wounded, one of whom would later succumb to his injuries. Of these, the vast majority were suffered by D Company, 17 killed in action and 19 wounded, fully 1/3 of its strength. If viewed in a vacuum, these casualties alone would suggest Long Tan was a disastrous engagement for a single rifle company. However, in recompense, the Australians extracted a truly horrific toll in blood. After the battlefield had been thoroughly searched, total enemy confirmed casualties stood at 245 dead bodies and 3 prisoners. 2 of the 3 prisoners were from North Vietnam, whilst the other was a local and a member of the D445 Battalion. Undeniably, Vietnamese casualties must have been far, far higher than this. As a general rule of thumb, without rapid medevac and modern medical facilities such as a trauma unit and well-equipped surgery, the wounded-to-death ratio in industrialized battles is often approximately 3 wounded to every 1 killed. However, the Viet Cong were forced to operate without large, modern, and complex medical facilities, meaning many of the enemy wounded must have later succumbed to their injuries. Thus, this ratio may be as low as 2 or 1.5 to 1, and total enemy killed might well have been more than 300. Colonel Townsend assessed that the enemy evacuated approximately 350 wounded from Long Tan. We can tentatively conclude, therefore, that probable Vietnamese casualties in the battle amounted to approximately 600. This conclusion was later supported by other intelligence. The diary of the 275th Regiment's commander, Lieutenant Colonel Ut Toi, was later captured by Australian forces. In Colonel Toi's own words, he assessed his losses as 500. Presumably, this number does not include the D445 Battalion or any attached NVA units. Therefore, we can reasonably conclude that the Australians inflicted an exchange ratio of approximately 15 to 1. Nonetheless, heavy losses were not, in and of themselves, an indication of communist defeat. In order to achieve battlefield success, Viet Cong doctrine, much like the Viet Minh before them, emphasized mass and maneuver over combined arms operations and a technological advantage. The communist forces employed clandestine maneuver to achieve a decisive force ratio advantage over small, exposed enemy elements. In these battles with better equipped Western forces, the Vietnamese would expect to suffer a disproportionately high level of attrition, but by choosing the time and place of battle, and by achieving a decisive force ratio advantage, the communist forces would hope to destroy these isolated enemy elements. Even if it cost more casualties than they inflicted, the political benefits of destroying enemy formations in annihilation ambushes were of disproportionate strategic effect. Indeed, even at decisive communist victories such as Dien Bien Phu, the Viet Minh suffered a far higher rate of casualties than their Western opponents. For the Viet Cong, the political value of a military action was always its primary benefit, as the primary strategic vulnerability the communists were targeting was their enemy's will to fight, not their physical capacity. This is why waves of Vietnamese soldiers advanced through a wall of lead and steel to come to grips with D Company. If the force could be destroyed, then the casualties suffered would be worth the cost. Thus, we should look at more than just exchange ratios when evaluating any battle in the Vietnam War. With that being said, it is abundantly clear that, for the Viet Cong, Long Tan was still a crippling defeat. If we exclude supporting elements, the nominal strength of a North Vietnamese or Viet Cong main force regiment was approximately 1,500 infantry. In this battle with D Company, roughly 1/3 of the regiment were now casualties. What this meant was that in a battle with a single Australian rifle company, fully half of the 5th Viet Cong Division was rendered essentially combat ineffective, or at least was now incapable of undertaking offensive action for a significant period of time. In fact, the regiment required substantial reinforcement from North Vietnam before it conducted another large-scale offensive against Free World forces. Furthermore, the 275th Regiment failed in its wider objective. Despite the heavy losses it inflicted on 11 Platoon, it did not destroy D Company, and in fact essentially wiped out a complete battalion trying, in vain, to do so. But over and above the casualties and exchange ratios, what really defines whether a battle is a victory or a defeat is its operational and strategic impact. In the history of Phuoc Toi Province, Long Tan was a decisive moment. For the next 6 years, Australian forces dominated the province, and never again would their hold on it be fundamentally challenged. That alone is ample evidence of the magnitude of the defeat inflicted by the Australians. A province that had been a communist stronghold for years, indeed almost dating back to French rule, had been essentially abandoned by the enemy. Although the D445 Battalion continued to operate there, never again would a regimental force threaten either Nui Dat or a major Australian unit, and over the next 18 months, the task force would steadily expand its influence over the province, finally ending the communist stranglehold on the local people. Even as the Australians were burying the hundreds of enemy dead, there were many questions raised regarding the enemy force and its actions at Long Tan. Had D Company been ambushed? Was this a carefully prepared trap that had aimed to isolate an Australian patrol? Or had D Company and the 275th Regiment simply blundered into one another? It certainly appeared as though ambush was the communist intention and objective, but a balanced evaluation of the battle reveals that it developed in a manner which was more consistent with a meeting engagement. The Viet Cong had not ideally deployed its forces for an ambush in the Long Tan rubber plantation, and none employed pre-sighted weapons and a designated kill zone or field fortifications, more typical elements of a classic ambush. Evidently, they were partially surprised by the contact with D Company. Major Smith was sure his company had essentially bumped into the main force of the 275th Regiment. The enemy had been advancing on a 2-battalion front, with one in reserve and the D445 Battalion to the south. It was using the east-west track as a general axis of advance, with 1 battalion deployed on either side. This wide front and the proximity of 4 battalions explains the communist ability to rapidly achieve mass, concentrate an almost overwhelming volume of fire, and the quick move to D Company's flanks. In Major Smith's evaluation, the enemy showed excellent drill, command and control, and small unit tactics. At the platoon and section level, their employment of fire and manoeuvre was excellent. He also noted how ably the battalions manoeuvred whilst in contact, showing a high level of training and command and control. When one understands just how much of the Viet Cong main force units were composed of North Vietnamese regulars, including whole battalions, this level of capability is no longer mysterious. After the lead companies had engaged 11 platoon, they immediately looked to envelop this smaller force, but these flanking movements were broken up by 10 and 12 platoons. Once D Company was concentrated in good defensive ground where they could employ a reverse slope defence, their position was much more secure. However, it was clear to Smith that the relatively dispersed formation that D Company employed in the opening minutes of the battle gave the enemy the impression that it was facing a much larger force. It took the Vietnamese a significant amount of time to fully locate the extent of the Australian perimeter. Smith later assessed. The initial dispersion and movement of 10, 11 and 12 platoons, coupled with the artillery support, probably caused him some doubts as to the size of our force. And looking back in the action, it was fortunate, although to the detriment of 11 platoon, that the company was dispersed. I feel that if the enemy had been able to locate the limits of this smaller area, he may have been able to surround and overrun the area with his superior numbers. It seems as though this is precisely what the VC was doing when A Company joined the battle. D Company saw a large enemy force moving around their western flank, which was clearly intending to envelop them, a position from which they would have posed a very real danger of overrunning the small Australian force. This was the D445 Battalion, and as fate would have it, it was this formation that A Company caught in the middle of this flanking manoeuvre. Furthermore, the VC's use of tactical manoeuvre throughout the battle had been excellent, as had their fighting spirit, and the flanking movement of the D445 Battalion posed a battle-winning threat. In the words of Brigadier Jackson, "There is no doubt whatsoever that the Long Tan battle was a very close-run thing indeed. Had the enemy been allowed another 15 minutes, it is likely that D Company 6 RAR would have been completely overrun." Lieutenant Colonel Townsend later wrote of the battle, "D Company's feat was a very fine company action, and the company conducted itself throughout the battle with calmness, determination, bravery, and professional skill. By their efforts, they were instrumental in turning what could easily have been a decisive defeat into a magnificent victory. The supporting artillery, decisive as it was, and the relief by A Company and the armoured personnel carrier troop, life-saving as events proved them to be, detracts nothing from D Company's commendable performance. Undeniably, even with all the artillery support that one could have imagined, without the fighting spirit and the able utilisation of terrain, D Company could simply not have survived for any significant period of time. Its performance goes down as one of the most gallant in the long and glorious history of the Australian Army. But it wasn't them alone. Combined arms tactics were absolutely foundational in winning the battle. The employment of artillery and armour acted as force multipliers, allowing the reasonably small infantry units to generate a truly disproportionate amount of combat power, and the close integration of these arms, in juxtaposition to the infantry-centric Viet Cong, gave the Australians the decisive advantage. In its after-action report, the 1st Field Regiment stated that its guns fired no fewer than 3,198 rounds of 105mm high-explosive ammunition, in addition to the 242 rounds of 155mm which were fired by the American self-propelled howitzers. This total does not include the fire missions which were not directly in contact with D Company. It is hard to know with certainty exactly what enemy forces were engaged in the Long Tan rubber plantation. The eventual conclusion of Task Force intelligence was that 5 communist battalions were present at the battle. 3 battalions of the 275th Regiment, most of which were composed of North Vietnamese soldiers, 1 regular battalion of the North Vietnamese Army, and the D445 Battalion. Thus, if just 1 NVA battalion was attached to the regiment, this would bring the total enemy strength to 2,500 men. However, it is clear that not all of these forces were committed at Long Tan. The confused nature of the battle, and the fact that it was something of a meeting engagement, meant that the Vietnamese commanders were never able to bring their whole weight to bear on the single Australian company. Of this total force, an estimated 1,000 men had actually engaged D Company, and others were moving up to continue the attack when it was finally broken up by the intervention of the APCs and A Company. The enemy were well equipped and armed, far more so than the local guerrillas that had been encountered thus far. Each man wore a green military uniform, including the North Vietnamese style pith helmet. Most had webbing and packs, sleeping gear, hammocks and tents. They were very well armed with contemporary Soviet pattern weapons such as AK-47s and SKS rifles, which were far more modern than the World War II era M1 Garands and carbines used by the South Vietnamese Army. All were very well maintained. This is all clear evidence of North Vietnamese presence. One of the most challenging aspects of engaging with the Battle of Long Tan, and indeed the Vietnam War in general, is the lack of credible Vietnamese accounts of these encounters. One of the hallmarks of the communist powers is the politicization of not only the military, but military history. During the Vietnam War, this was one of their greatest strengths. For example, one could very plausibly argue that the Tet Offensive was a military disaster for the Viet Cong. However, it was transformed into a political victory by its framing. As opposed to a catastrophic and bloody defeat, the communist propaganda machine portrayed the Tet Offensive as yet another phase in a forever war. This was critical in their ability to eventually defeat the free world powers that aimed to protect and maintain the independence of South Vietnam. After all, the key strategic vulnerability Hanoi was targeting was the will of the democratic powers to continue fighting the Vietnam War. This meant always portraying defeat as victory, and simply lying if that furthered the cause of the revolution, a feature of communist historiography which has corrupted many Vietnamese accounts of the war. It is exceedingly difficult to get an apolitical military history of the Vietnam War told from the Vietnamese perspective, which greatly inhibits the modern military historian. More specifically, this also extends to the military history of the Communist War with the Australians in Phuoc Toi. In the wake of the battle, Radio Hanoi proudly proclaimed a massive communist victory at Long Tan. The Australian mercenaries, who are no less husky and beefy than their allies, the US aggressors, have proved as good fresh targets for the South Vietnam Liberation fighters. According to the Liberation Press Agency, in 2 days wiped out over 500 Australian mercenaries in Baria province. In response to the battle, the units involved were hailed as victorious conquerors. Many medals were given for the supposed victory. The myth that the Australians were badly defeated at Long Tan still persists in the highly politicised society that is communist Vietnam. The narrative which has been told here emanates largely from the Australian official history of the Vietnam War, compiled by Major Ian McNeill, a Vietnam veteran and historian employed by the Official History Unit of the Australian War Memorial. When McNeill was conducting research for his history, which was published in 1993, almost 30 years after the battle, he was shocked by just how much the Vietnamese accounts of the engagement had been badly politicised. McNeill travelled to Vietnam in 1988, where he was taken to the battlefield by the august Lieutenant Colonel Nguyen Van Kiem, the commander of the D445 Battalion. During this tour, the two men spoke extensively about the engagement. According to Kiem, only the D445 Battalion had fought the Battle of Long Tan, although when pressed by contradictory evidence, he accepted that some of the 275th Regiment had been present, but only in supporting roles. When asked how many casualties he sustained, Kiem replied that 30 men had been killed. This may have been plausible for the D445 Battalion alone, but the total number of enemy killed in action was very well documented by Australian forces, including contemporary after-action reports, photographs, and numerous eyewitness accounts. Kiem's role in the battle had been critical in his post-war career. His unit had been given a heroic citation by Hanoi. He was positive that 500 Australians had been killed, and no more than 700 Viet Cong were present at the battle. When he was shown the Australian after-action report, which detailed 17 killed in action, and evidence that throughout the entire war, records indicate that 501 Australians died in Vietnam, as many as he claimed occurred on one day, the colonel replied, "The Australian government found it difficult to tell the people the truth during the war. We think that the casualties suffered in the Long Tan Battle of the 18th of August 1966 were claimed by the government to have been caused in other battles, in order to divert the people's opinion by lessening the casualties of the Long Tan Battle." The level of projection which Kiem is showing here is quite profound. Australian military records are meticulous, and as a democracy where the principle of transparency is fundamental, anyone can access historical military records through the National Archives. Kiem's contention that all of Australia's war dead, even those who were still children at the time of the Long Tan Battle, actually died on the 18th of August 1966, is laughable and clear evidence of just how politicised the history of the war is in Vietnam. Like many other Vietnamese, Kiem was simply impervious to contradictory evidence. This may sound predictable coming from an Australian, but it is simply an objective fact that the Australian narrative of the battle is highly credible. It is exceptionally well evidenced, including numerous interviews with eyewitnesses, contemporary after-action and intelligence reports, communications, diaries, and even photographs. Alternatively, there simply is no credible Vietnamese account of the battle. This is a great tragedy, as, unfortunately, it is almost impossible to avoid viewing the battle itself only through Australian eyes. But even 3 decades later, it was difficult for Major McNeill to establish with certainty exactly what Vietnamese units were engaged and how they manoeuvred, foundational elements in any military history of any battle. In fact, there are still lingering questions as to what the Viet Cong's actual objective was at Long Tan. Was it an ambush, or was it a meeting engagement with a force that intended to attack Nui Dat? McNeill did, however, find some credible Vietnamese sources. The first came during the war itself. A year after the battle, responding to the Open Arms program, a communist presented himself to the Australians at Nui Dat saying that he wished to defect. He was debriefed and given the codename Lock. This man had been an officer in the D445 Battalion. In fact, he was second in command of an infantry platoon and produced documents to substantiate that claim. Locke gave a full account of the Battle of Long Tan, which was, at least in broad strokes, in accordance with the Australian assessment. Locke claimed that the whole 275th Regiment had linked up with the D445 Battalion, a force of about 2,000 men. Their objective was to destroy the Nui Dat base, which had so badly disrupted communist operations in the province. The initial plan was to mortar Nui Dat in order to precipitate some response. Once a unit had been drawn out of the base defences, it would be ambushed in the Long Tan area by 2 battalions of the 275th Regiment and the D445 Battalion. All were confident that this enemy force would be quickly destroyed, allowing the 4th Battalion to attack the Nui Dat base, which would be lightly defended. When the battle was joined, Locke said that the D445 Battalion had been ordered to flank the Australian force and attack it from behind. In his estimation, D445's casualties were relatively light. However, the 275th Regiment suffered far more dearly. Officially, the 5th Division admitted to 200 casualties, but Locke said he personally saw at least 200 dead bodies. After the battle, the battalion disseminated propaganda around the villages, claiming 700 Australians killed. He himself thought Australian casualties were probably around 100. Locke was shocked when he learned the actual number. In a final note, he admitted that the Viet Cong were very worried by the fighting qualities of the Australians, and that they were far better than the South Vietnamese forces or other allies the battalion had thus far encountered. After Long Tan, the VC were well aware of the Australian tactics and would henceforth try to avoid contact. If this was not possible, the battalion would simply give a good account of itself. Australian intelligence, especially Captain Brian Pannell, considered Locke's account to be relatively trustworthy, especially as it was corroborated by the numerous other lines of evidence which had been compiled. Locke's account lent substantial weight to the argument that Long Tan was indeed a large-scale ambush of D Company, but maybe one that was not perfectly executed. Captain Pannell concluded that from conversations with Locke, it would appear that the presence of D Company 6 RAR was a little premature, and that, in fact, the whole ambush site was not fully prepared. Because of this, the 3rd Battalion never got away to attack Nui Dat, or, if they started to move, our artillery forced them to abandon their plan. A third possibility is that the VC overestimated the size of the force they were ambushing and retained the 3rd Battalion to bolster the ambush. The notion that D Company was ambushed in the Long Tan plantation was resolutely resisted by Major Smith, who, after all, was present and in command for the majority of the battle. He very much described a meeting engagement where the two forces simply ran into one another and neither were well prepared or ideally deployed to fight. Smith makes some very powerful arguments. The communist forces were simply not well positioned for an ambush. None were dug in, for example. There were no cleared lines of fire, and throughout the battle the enemy did not make great use of his mortars. If the Long Tan area was the site of a pre-planned ambush, surely the mortars would have been pre-sighted to dominate the kill zone. In the actual course of the battle, it was D Company who ended up with the best terrain, which is hardly congruent with a well-prepared ambush. Additionally, the thick vegetation in the edge of the rubber plantation was not ideal for the maneuver of large units, which would have been critical in the effective employment of the Viet Cong's superior mass. Finally, if it was an ambush, why would the communists engage Australian forces within artillery range? These are all convincing arguments. In constructing the Australian official history, Major McNeill interviewed the Chief Operations Officer of the 5th VC Division, Colonel Nguyen Than Hong, who was responsible for planning the Long Tan battle. Hong confirmed that the battle had been conceived as an ambush. Nui Dat had been mortared in order to draw out a reaction force, or to draw the tiger out of the jungle and kill him in the rice field, as the Vietnamese saying goes. There had never been an intention to attack the base itself, but rather to achieve wider political and military aims. As was typical of even operational decision-making within the communist forces, the political implications of the battle were paramount. Firstly, it would demonstrate to the local people that the Australians were not dominant in Phuoc Toi. This was the primary reason why Long Tan was selected, as the villages of Long Tan and Long Phuoc were critical communist strongholds prior to the task force's deployment. Secondly, it would have a significant impact in Australian politics, and thus undermine popular support for the war. There were also several military reasons for the battle. These included demonstrating to the Australians in Phuoc Toi and at home that Vietnam was nothing like the Malayan emergency. To test the 5th Division against the Australians, who had a high military reputation. To test the reaction of the US Air Force at Bien Hoa and the Australian artillery at Nui Dat, and, finally, to support the local D445 battalion, which had been badly disrupted by Australian patrol activity. The battle plan described by Colonel Hong was simple. 5th Division forces would simply destroy whatever the Australians sent out to try and locate the mortar positions. When he was asked why he chose to fight the battle within artillery range, he replied that the Australians would not have left the cover of their artillery in any case, which is certainly true. Thus, if they were going to fight any battle with the Australians, they were going to have to face their artillery. That was the simple arithmetic. Several units were pre-positioned inside the rubber. It was thought that the thick vegetation on the edge of the plantation would funnel the Australian force towards the main element of the 275th Regiment. When this force was engaged, its rear would be closed by the D445 Battalion. The main effort would be made by the 275th Regiment. In concert with the Long Tan operation, the 274th Regiment was placed in an ambush position dominating Route 2. Its orders were to engage the American 11th Armoured Cavalry Regiment if they moved down Route 2 to support Nui Dat. Thus, Long Tan was but one element in a large-scale, divisional offensive. Hong noted several weaknesses with the plan, including the Viet Cong's lack of an answer to the Australian artillery. Additionally, there was simply not enough crew-served weapons or indirect fire such as mortars. This, he claimed, was due to a critical lack of ammunition for these weapons in the 5th Division, although the 275th Regiment was certainly not short on other forms of munitions. Prior to the battle, Viet Cong Command believed their forces would be able to close quickly with the Australians, largely neutralising the artillery, and would have such an overwhelming advantage in mass that whatever they encountered would not be able to hold out for long. Hong did not expect a protracted battle, and thus did not emphasise the employment of indirect fire weapons such as mortars. This battle plan is certainly consistent with well-established communist doctrine. The Annihilation ambush is, after all, what made the Viet Minh famous. However, we cannot escape the fact that this ambush was poorly coordinated and badly executed. As Major Smith argues, it is clear that the various communist battalions were not well deployed to conduct an ambush in the Long Tan plantation. The D445 battalion especially did not manoeuvre in accordance with Hong's plan. They had over 3 hours from the first contact with D Company to move around the left flank and surround it. Indeed, they were caught in the open by A Company as they finally tried to conduct this manoeuvre. Additionally, it's clear that the Viet Cong were planning to employ manoeuvre at the upper tactical level as opposed to a more traditional ambush based upon domination of critical terrain features to create a kill zone to overwhelm the Australians. This may explain the lack of any field fortifications or the fact that none of the VC battalions were heavily dug in. 5th Division planners, like Hong, must have assumed that with such large forces in the Long Tan rubber plantation, even without well-prepared fighting positions or the elements of a traditional ambush, such as pre-sighted lines of fire and a kill zone, whatever Australian unit was unlucky enough to leave the wire on the 18th of August was simply doomed to be annihilated. The only problem with this plan was the fighting spirit of the Australian Army and the deadly accuracy of the Allied guns. The Battle of Long Tan really was a decisive encounter of the Vietnam War. In the microcosm of a conflict which was the independent Australian area of operations in Phuoc Toi, it was a truly monumental victory. Not only did 6 RAR in the 1st Field Regiment inflict an exchange ratio of approximately 15-1, Long Tan permanently established Australian dominance of the province. Never again would Nui Dat be threatened by a regimental-sized force, and, indeed, the VC main force units did what they could to simply avoid further contacts with the Australian Army. It is this strategic impact, rather than the casualties inflicted, that is the true measure of the scale of the victory at Long Tan. The immediate area around Nui Dat was secure, and Brigadier Jackson had well and truly achieved the objective given to him by his American commanders. General Westmoreland thought the victory one of the most important during this phase in the war, especially as such a small Australian force had held an entire VC regiment. President Johnson awarded 6 RAR the Presidential Unit Citation for its conduct at Long Tan. But the work was not done yet. For another 6 years, the Australian Task Force continued to operate out of Nui Dat. It eventually grew to include 3 infantry battalions, a force that was well and truly strong enough to take the fight to the enemy. These operations included large-scale offensives targeting communist strongholds across the 3-corps area. A military history that could well take a narrative of this length to fulfill. But, in truth, with the Battle of Long Tan, the war in Phuoc Toi, at least, had basically been won. Without the main force regiments there to support them, the local Viet Cong forces were simply unable to prevent the Australians from systematically extending their area of control, terrain that was dominated by the use of extensive, aggressive patrols, and steadily separating the insurgent from the population. But, Wars are won and lost at the strategic level, and despite their success, with the will to continue the war waning in both Washington and Canberra, the Australians would eventually leave Phuoc Toi and Long Tan behind, abandoning Saigon to its coming communist fate. But defeat in the war does not change the victory achieved in Phuoc Toi, one that well and truly revolved around a single company fighting against all odds in an unremarkable rubber plantation. An episode that illuminates the national spirit just as brightly as the battles of Isarava, Labarbia Ridge, Pabu, or Pozieres. Certainly, it is one Australia should never forget.